And good morning. Good morning to everybody. Not a nice day here either. Rainy, cloudy. Alexa, what's the temperature here right now?
Right now, it's 64 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's not too bad. I can't compare to what's going to happen over there in Florida. It's just not good. It's a Cat 2 now. Intensifying. But it's made more of a curve to the right, so they're concerned about the track now. I was reading some articles. This thing made a turn more to the right, so that might bring this coast closer to the Florida coastline with that storm surge. Not good. I think there's 5 states that declared state of emergency. There are already tornado warnings in Georgia, Florida, South Carolina. I was like, what? That's how far this thing is stretching northward already, affecting the weather there. This is a big, and I've been saying it for a few days. Now they're talking about it, how large this storm is. I've been saying it. And we're going to check a bunch of stuff out, but I'm just setting up. All right, let's put this in a loop. And this is a premium version. What's good morning, Julian? This is a premium version that I pay for Wendy. So you could see it's going northeast. Look at the way the storm is kind of going it's going north, but at the same time it's slightly going east. I mean, look at the eye. Let's start the loop and put where the eye is. The eye is down here. Well, which way is that moving? Let's do it again. Let me see if the mouse is, yeah, let's go a little here. Let the loop start. I believe this is a 2-hour loop. Yeah, look at this. It's drifting to the right. Now, is it going to start to turn more northward? And look at the weather ahead of it. There were tornado warnings here in Florida. There was also some up here. Look how massive the area is affecting ahead of it. I mean, even these bands, look at these thunderstorms here ahead of the actual hurricane. So they're about to get hit with some heavy rain and thunderstorms near the Big Bend and here. Apalachicola. The concern is the storm surge. I mean, they're saying, I could bring it up. Right now it's a Cat 2. 100-mile-per-hour winds sustained. The next update is in about 90 minutes. But this is not good. There it is. Maximum sustained wind 100 miles per hour. And the messages. A catastrophic and deadly storm surge is likely. This is from NOAA, the National Hurricane Center. Is likely along portions of the Florida Big Bend coast where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet. Can you imagine 20 feet of water? That's like 2 stories high. Now, God willing, this is not going to happen. I mean, they're predicting it can be as high as 20. Hopefully it won't get like that. Now, you can hope. You can be an optimist. But at the same time, you need to prepare in these areas in the event that it actually does happen. So this is not good. Look at the storm surge. The heavy storm surge is quite a large area. 15 feet. Anyway, there's also a danger of life-threatening storm surge along the remainder of the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. Residents in those areas should follow advice given by local officials and evacuate if told to do so. Potentially catastrophic hurricane force winds are expected within the eye wall of Helene, so right where the eye goes over. When actually, I've been through it. It is bizarre and surreal when you're in the center of the eye, because you could see clear skies. It's like, is it over? No. Now you got the back end of the hurricane to go through. But it's like there's a lull as the eye goes over you. It's like all this craziness is happening, and all of a sudden it calms down because you're in the actual eye itself, where you could see clear skies until now the rest of it pushes through. So it is. So the eye wall, and it's supposed to make landfall in the Florida Big Bend later today. Preparations to protect life and property should be completed this morning before tropical storm conditions arrive. Damaging and life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in gusts, will penetrate well inland over portions of northern Florida and southern Georgia later today and tonight, where hurricane warnings are in effect. Strong wind gusts are also likely farther north across portions of northern Georgia and in the Carolinas, particularly over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. Catastrophic and life-threatening flash and urban flooding, including numerous significant landslides, is expected across portions of the southern Appalachians through Friday. Considerable to local catastrophic flash and urban flooding is likely for northwestern and northern Florida and the southeast through Friday. So this is very serious. And I was watching the Weather Channel last night. And can you believe that the people that live in the Big Bend, they were interviewing people. Half of them, there was a conversation going on between them. Half of them don't want to leave. They don't want to leave. Now, okay, if I was by myself, and I'm one of those knuckleheads that decide to stay back, because a lot of people are concerned about their property. There's a lot of thoughts that go into a person's mind when they decide to stay. But if you have a family, you can't just look out for your self-interest. You got to worry about them and get them out of harm's way. Period. You have to make that decision. Am I going to put my wife and kids or other family members that reside in the home at risk because I want to stay? I don't know about that. To me, that's real stupidity. I mean, it's one thing if you're doing things, your own actions, your own consequences. But when you risk other people's lives you know, and you have people that do that. So this, and you know, another thing too is a lot of people will say, oh, they say this all the time. That's not going to be as bad as they say. They always exaggerate. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be as bad as they're predicting. And, you know, you really want to take that chance? You're willing to bet your life on it? I mean, really. And another factor in this is that once the winds, the weather deteriorates, the law enforcement, first responders, EMS, fire, whatever, they're not going out there to help you until the storm is over. They're not coming, they're not going to risk their lives because you decided to stay in a mandatory evacuation area. You're going to have to write it out now because they're not going to risk their lives to come and get you when you were supposed to leave. So now you're going to have to wait till the storm is over and the conditions are favorable where they can go out now and rescue people and do what they have to do. So you have to also consider you are wasting valuable man and women power to go out there now to get you when they can be focused on other things. Because it's chaotic in a situation like that. If this storm comes to fruition the way they're predicting, the damage is going to be catastrophic. And it's more from the storm surge that they're concerned. And there's going to be some wind where the eye wall is, especially the right and the northeast quadrant of the storm where the wind is the worst. So there's a lot of factors involved here, a lot of risk involved. And people need to stop thinking about their own selfish needs and think about the betterment of the whole, because you're affecting a lot of people by your actions and the consequences of them. Because there could be power out here for who knows how long. DeSantis is getting everything prepared as much as he can. They've got a lot of crews on standby, ready to go out and do what they have to do. I think the number was 20,000 crews ready to go. So, I mean, officials can only do so much. The people need to do their part too. The citizens need to do their part. And another thing too is, like I do with my neighbor. It happened a few years ago when we had a tornado nearby. Excuse me. And I have witnesses that were here, that were visiting. After initially I surveyed the damage here, and like I said, I had people here and they seen me. My other immediate thing was to go to my neighbors to make sure they're okay. So if you're in a place like this right now and there's still time, if there's elderly people, people that you know that have illnesses, do they have their medication? Do they have food? Everything they need? If they're going to stay, check in on your neighbors. I know a lot of people are preparing for themselves, but also think about those people. They're your neighbors. Just make sure they're okay. Would you like, because everybody's scrambling now because it's at the last minute. I mean, the seniors, they should definitely be evacuated. I hope to God that nobody decides to stay in a mobile home, in a trailer, a camper. I hope nobody's that nuts to stay anywhere where this eye is going to make landfall. They decide to ride it out in something like that. I can't even. So, again, there's still a little time if you're in these areas. Coastal Florida, storm surge. I mean, this is really serious, and this storm does not look like it's weakening. It looks like it's increased. Look at this, and I've been saying it for days that this thing has the potential to be a monster storm, and I would always be careful to say potential. I don't say guarantee, because nothing's guaranteed when you're dealing with weather. Like the track could shift. The track could shift right now. And even though they're predicting landfall near Apalachicola somewhere in that area, the Big Bend, they say that now, but look where this hurricane is. It's still got quite a distance to get to there. So to say actual landfall is going to happen here, it could happen here, but somewhere in this area. And you could see the overall movement north. But it was jogging a little to the east, but they're expecting it to take more of a northerly turn and come straight up. But also, look at these outer bands. Like I said earlier, I was watching the Weather Channel before I started streaming. There was tornado warnings in Florida. So there's already a lot of activity ahead of the storm. These bands. It's not good. And that's a Cat 2 now. Like I said, the next update comes out a little over an hour from now. But this is a big storm. It's moving fast, which means it's going to pull all that water along with it. The speed is not a good thing too, with the way it's going to push the water. And since it's moving so fast, it's not so fast, it's moving at a good speed right now. A lot of times when an eye wall goes, and I studied weather, I should have became a weatherman. Even as the eye wall goes over land and into southern Georgia, it's a Cat 4. It's still going to be a low-grade hurricane as it enters southern Georgia. Hurricanes love the water, the warm water to feed on. That's how they get their strength. Once it goes over land, it starts to lose its intensity. But since this thing is so large and it's moving quick, you're going to have hurricane effects in southern Georgia, because it takes time for it to go from a Cat 4 down to a tropical storm or a tropical depression. So you're going to feel hurricane force winds in southern Georgia. Let's just say from a Cat 4, say to a Cat 1. So don't put your guard down in Georgia. This thing is coming towards you as well. And a lot of rain, that's always usually associated, but it's also these isolated tornadoes that happen in the bands. This is a really serious situation. And like, I'm a little concerned about if this storm jogs a little bit more to the east and gets closer to the Florida coastline, they're going to have a lot of storm surge. Because all that water is being pushed up along the coast. Now, because of that, it's going to happen on the immediate coastline because the water is going sideways. It's not coming in, it's coming sideways because the storm is moving north. The concern is right up here, because as this approaches, that wind that's wrapping around on the right side of the eye wall, which is supposed to be like 120 miles per hour, pushing that water into whatever area is on the right northeast corner of the storm, where the wind is wrapping around and pushing all that water in. That's where they're worried about the storm surge. But they're really worried along the whole coastline. But this is serious. Now, this is an old advisory. Like I said, there's different advisories for different types of messaging. Like the warnings So there's a hurricane. Look at the tropical force warning all the way up to South Carolina. Tropical storm warning in the blue. Look how far it reaches. Now this is tropical storm force winds. That's a big area. That's just to show you the size of the storm. Look how big the area of tropical storm force winds are around the eye. And then of course you have the hurricane force winds near the eye. That's where they're saying wherever that eye goes over land, that's going to be tough for a lot of folks that are affected by that eye, the eye wall, the winds. But that's a big storm. Now let's look at the storm surge. And just because sometimes you get flagged for putting stuff on the screen. This is NOAA. This is a public domain use area, NOAA. What's up, Alice? What's up, Genghis? I don't. What is it, Mom?
As soon as I open the door,
The cats?
oh my God.
Okay, I'm live right now, Mom.
You feel so like.
I know, it's sad. Anyway, I know, just feed them.
No, I am.
Okay.
I only feed them.
So, this is the storm surge
Breaks
warning.
my heart, though.
Okay, Mom. This is the storm surge warning up and down the coastline, the Gulf coastline of
Hi,
Florida.
baby.
So the west side. Mom, please.
Hi, baby.
She's playing with the dog. So that's. But it's not necessarily because it's different in different areas. But you can see it's the entire coastline. And we're going to get into some other stuff with the weather, but now here's the flood map that they're predicting. So since the storm is going to be coming up this way, they're not. It's really from Tampa north to the Big Bend. But you could see in here, see the reds? And remember what I said about the immediate coastline? Because the water is going to be coming straight up. It's not going to go inland. It's going to come up. So it's the immediate coastline that's going to get inundated with storm surge because the way the water is moving. And this is shallow water. So when you have a storm with that force moving north, it's bringing all that, pushing all that water with it on the right side up to the north. That's shallow. And also you got to look at the tides, high tide, low tide. But the further north you go, you see these reds in the immediate, greater than 9 feet above ground. That's not good. But the further north you go, where where the wind is going to be, look at these reds. Wait till we get to the Big Bend. It's probably going to be up here. This is where. Near where the eye they're predicting to come in. Look at that. Look at that. Above 9 feet in the red. And that's where they're expecting the eye to come in. Remember what I said, the right quadrant, the right side, the dirty, that side where the wind is bad. The right side, but the northeast corner of the hurricane is where those winds are really high. And it's going to push all that water right into these areas. They're really worried about Appalachian Bay. And I was talking about that 2 days ago. Because if where that eye comes in, and we'll get more into that, that's... So those, look at this. That's Mom going in and out. Now look at this map. prediction. Now remember, this can change. This is not set in stone. This is, a model, a forecast. God willing, it's not going to be what we see on this screen right now. Because 15 to 20 feet of water above ground is 2 stories. Can you imagine 2 stories of water? I mean, I have a cathedral ceiling here. It's about 15 feet, yeah, maybe 18 feet high. I can't even think about standing on here and having water up to the top of my house. So imagine if you live in a home that is like a ranch style, one floor. It literally could be underwater to the rooftop. And that's not to say the battering it's going to experience with the water coming in and hitting the house, because it could destroy the foundation. The house might stay standing, but the foundation, because it happened here after the tornado. Mom could tell you. No, actually, it wasn't the tornado. After Superstorm Sandy hit New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, we had a tree fall on our house. A big willow. They had to come out and inspect the house to check the foundation to see if the house was sound. They even said it. If we find that the structure is damaged, your house may be condemned. I was like, what? They take that very seriously. So visibly, you may not see any vulnerabilities, but they're going to inspect the home. And if they see anything wrong with the foundation, maybe it could be repaired. Maybe that part of the house can be repaired. But it's not, it's not like when the water starts to subside and, okay, the damaged water does so much damage. Forget about that. Inside, outside. But it's also structural damage. Like I said, from the force of the water. Was just looking into how we could stop a hurricane away. Mentioned dropping something like sand into a hurricane. It gives the water and the air something to accumulate on and initiate. See, I was thinking more, Genghis. What if they dropped? Because this is what I was thinking. Kind of similar to what you're saying. An extremely cold substance that can be released within the eye wall. Because remember, it feeds off the warmth of the water. But if you bring cold to it, that can actually reduce the chance of it developing. So there are elements that we can use that are extremely cold and wouldn't harm the environment, and release it in a capsule, or have it maybe a balloon in the eye wall that has this capsule, and then release it somehow into that eye wall, because it's going to spin and bring the overall temperature of the eye wall and the hurricane down. It would reduce. Theoretically it would, because remember, it's all about the warmth, the moisture. So it's cold or dry. Either one. Something to dry or cold. So, because, you start throwing sand and other things, let's just say, into the water. Sand is okay, but if you start throwing stuff, that environmentalists are going to go insane. It's just the way it is. Anyway, getting back to this. The next alert's in an hour. Not alert, update. So yeah, this thing, and the bad, this thing is, look at this storm. Now the eye wall still doesn't look, it looks like it's trying to get its act together. See how it's getting tighter? See how the eye wall's getting tighter? That's an indication of strengthening. It's getting its act really together. Look how it's forming. Now, it doesn't look too impressive on the inflow on the bottom. It seems like it's wobbled. A lot of the activities on the top, so it's not quite there yet as far as like the makeup of a hurricane. It's still, trying to get its act together. Um, yeah, that's the thing that you don't see anything they're trying to actually stop one. I mean, think of it this way. If you want to experiment like on that stuff, there's hurricanes that form in the Atlantic that's not going to have any interaction with land. Experiment with those. It's out of harm's way. I mean, really. Because there's always systems out there. Now, there are some concerns. And I don't want to start getting ahead of myself, but this is a depression right here. See it right there? That's another one entering. Now, the models. And I don't want, like I said, I don't want to jump the gun and get ahead of things here. Now, let's just skip to next week. So there's a system here. And there's something right over here. This is the euro. So, again, 10 days out. But the American is showing that. Can you imagine another system in the Gulf? Now, this is 10 days out. It's not reliable. Not this far out. 10 days, no way. 5 days, I'd be concerned. 10 days, that probably won't even be there tomorrow. Or Saturday. Chances are that won't even be there. But something to keep an eye on of these systems. And they are coming. There are a bunch. Like even right now, we just saw the one that's developing that has this one. This is now. Got to keep an eye on this. You never know. So, they're coming off of Africa. There's another one. Got to keep an eye on them. So it looks like things are picking up now in the Atlantic. Because it just passed. The 10th was the actual peak of the hurricane season. So now it's starting to come down. But you got till November to deal with this. I think Superstorm Sandy happened near Halloween when it affected us. Halloween, I think, if I remember right. So, and I can look that up. I could swear because I remember talking about it when it was going on here with Mom. It's freaking Halloween and okay, October. It was October 2012. I'm looking for the date. Okay. Yes. Yes. Early on October 29th, Sandy curved northwest, took a left hook, and then moved ashore near Brigantine, New Jersey. So it was right around Halloween. Superstorm Sandy. A couple days before Halloween. So just because it's the 26th of September doesn't mean that we can't have hurricanes. Because this is still, a high risk time period for hurricanes. A lot of people say, oh, it's September and October. No more hurricanes. No. False. Let's see. And as I was saying, the 10th of September. September 10th is this year is the seasonal peak, is also when conditions are most optimal for the development of tropical storms and hurricanes. I'm reading it from the weather site. And it doesn't stop. It starts to wind down, I'm looking at the graph, mid-October. So believe it or not, in middle August is the same as the middle of October on the graph. So, I don't know if I could save an image. It might be yeah, I know it's going to be that. So no. I can't share the screen because I don't want to get in trouble. Every June and July there's a peak in the amount of dust. Yes. Yes. That happens often. Matter of fact, some years the skies got that color of the sand in the air in Florida and in other southern areas. Yes. That does happen, Alice. I'm just reading your comment now. And that's why a lot of the storms were diminished from developing, but not anymore. And plus, this storm that's going to happen now, nobody's going to care about sand in the sky or lack of hurricanes all year, because this one is going to get all the attention. This can cause billions of dollars in damage, and there is definitely a high risk of loss of life. So, the past is the past, you deal with the present. And this is the present. I can say, oh, it was such a beautiful summer. It was above normal temperatures, sunny most of the time, and now it's disgusting out. I mean, you could look at things so many different ways. But this is a very, very serious situation here with this one. They say this could be the worst storm surge hurricane ever to do the damage in this area. Ever. Even the message is catastrophic. 15 to 20 feet of storm surge? That's insane. And the next one's coming out, a catastrophic and deadly storm surge is likely. That's scary language. And I don't like the fear part of it. My mom, I gotta close the door because she's gonna drive me nuts. She's commenting. I'm gonna close the door. I'll be right back. It drives me nuts when I'm live. It really does. Her comments. But you know what? It is an interesting phenomenon with the sand from the Sahara, because sometimes you can actually see it on the satellite imagery. And especially if it's during the day, you can actually, just getting back to what Alice was saying, you can actually see the sand being picked up. That's like the smoke from Canada. On the satellite imagery, especially during the day, you can actually see it. And it's wild when you see it. But this is the next update's coming out soon. Now, let's go to Radar Omega. So I want to see the pressure. before the next thing comes out. Wow, it dropped a lot. Yesterday, the pressure was 979 millibars. That's the pressure. It's now gone down to 960. The storm has intensified. It's obviously a Cat 2 now. I'm curious to see, and that was as of 8 o'clock this morning Eastern. The next one is at 11 Eastern. I'm curious to see if that millibar drops more. That would show intensification. And they're not out yet because they're resting. There are storm chasers. And yes, I pay for this. This is the gold version of Radar Omega. So if you're listening, YouTube, I pay for this. And there's one guy here. I don't know if he's live yet. He's not live yet. Brad Arnold is out there. You will see more of these storm chasers. Oh, God. Yes, Mom.
There's another brown cat, like.
Yeah, that's from next door.
I feel sorry.
So, yeah, he's from next door. He's a feral cat, but they feed him next door.
Oh, yeah?
But you can see that the storm chasers are putting themselves in position. Now, I cannot share the other ones because I don't pay for them. But whatever pops up on here, since I pay for this, we can share it. But they will be out there later. It's early yet. The storm is not forecasted to make landfall till later today, tonight. But they're starting to get into certain positions, especially this guy. He's right on the coastline where the eye is expected to be. Look, he's right on the line. He's probably looking at the models, and he put himself right in the line, right on the coastline. He's really risking putting himself right there. Seriously. That's some seriously life-threatening action. So hopefully, God, willing, he protects himself. He's right there. And he's moving right now. But he's not live yet. But he's moving. Where is he now? Sun and Sand Beaches. Where is that? That's to the east of Carabel. That's where he is. Let's see where he is on Google Earth exactly. I'm curious to see where he's at. So what was it? Sun and Sand Beaches? I gotta work tonight, but at nighttime you really can't see much anyway, unless it's a lit up area. It looks like he's in here somewhere. Carabel. Carabel. Let me look at that again. I gotta look at the map where he's at. Okay, Crawfordville. So he's to the right of Carabel. Right below, what is that? Sop Choppy? Am I reading that right? Sop Choppy. That's still Carabel. Where the hell is he? I should just put in Sop Choppy. He's around here somewhere. Carabel Beach. It looks like he was in here. Timber Island, Sunset. I could have sworn it looked similar to this terrain. I gotta look again. Okay, the outline of this is poor. So here's the big bend, right in the middle to the left. All right, so let's zoom out. Oh my God. Right in the middle, Crawfordville, there it is. He's over here more. Crawfordville. So he's somewhere in here. Sapchapi. Don't tell me he's here. All right, let me see. So Sapchapi is there. This guy's right where the eye. Now we gotta go back. Where is he? Right here. He's right below Crawfordville. That's a horrible outline of a map, to be honest. So he's right below. Let me see if there's any points here. St. Teresa. Sapchapi River. This guy's like, there's St. Teresa. He's over here. Wow, he's putting himself right in it. And this is what I was talking about the other day. They're really worried about here and here. Because that water's going to get pushed right into that bay. They're really worried about this area. Depending on where the eye is, though. Appalachia Bay in here, it depends. Depends where the eye is going to come in. But he's close. I think he's putting himself on the other side, not the wind side, which is smart, so he don't risk his freaking life in that wind. So there's Apalachicola Bay, or Appalachia Bay, I think it's called. Appalachia Bay is right here. And this is that area that they're worried about right here. And this barrier island here, which is Alligator Point. So he is moving to the west of that area. West of Alligator Point, which is there. This is Alligator Point. So he's on this highway right now. Somewhere in here. That's where he is. He's right around here. Now let's see where he's right where the cone is. See, he's going to the west of the track. This is the rain side. This is the wind side. So he's smart to be on that side. He doesn't want to be on the other side. He doesn't want to get caught up in that area. But like I'm monitoring, so will he. He's gonna keep himself in a position that if the track changes, he's not far to make an adjustment himself either way, east or west, based on the track of the storm. So he's actually really smart to do what he's doing right now. I give him credit for that, because that's something I would do. Stay close enough just in case the track changes, but in a safe spot on the safe side. That's the rain side, not the wind side. So that's actually credit to him. And he's not live yet. I see he's in Carabel, Florida. And And it's early, so he's probably just getting into his position. And it's early, so he's probably not going to start streaming for a while. But I'm sure there'll be other folks popping in here. These storm chasers are going to be popping in. They're going to be coming in. At least the ones that are available through Radar Omega. So what time is it? 40 minutes, the next update. Hey, Charles. What's up, Witch Moon? So Charles says there have only been 4 storms since records began that developed in January. The most recent was Hurricane Alex in 2016. There was only one recorded December landfall in the U.S. 1925. Yeah, the winter months. I mean, that doesn't just happen. The water's cold. It doesn't have that fuel. Right now, I mean, we can look. The water right where it's reaching right now is really warm. But then as it moves north, it goes down. So that's why they're expecting it to intensify, because the water right here is really warm. But then right where this predicted to be a 3, that's when the water temperature starts to cool. Thankfully. But, you know, they're predicting a 4. It says 3 here as it approaches. Look at that. That's a Cat 3. But it's not even there yet. Look at that. Can you imagine a Cat 4 coming into this area with that surge? And like I said, we have to keep an eye on the next alert. It's just not good. And obviously, the platforms are getting very strict on sharing screens if you don't pay for the content. So, you know, I was thinking of paying for the cameras on the beach, but the storm is coming in at night. What are we going to see in the dark? I've done that before. If the timing was different, I would have done it. But because it's coming in the evening, overnight hours, it doesn't make sense. Dollars and cents. So this is... So I'm going to now put Windy back and let's see what the model is showing for later. This is the American. Let's go to the Euro. Look at that wind field the Euro showing. That's sick. That is bad. And let's see, it's a fast mover. So actually the Euro has shifted more to the east now, because the eye has been wobbling to the east. The models show it now making landfall away from where that guy is. He's over here. Well, he may be too far now because he would have to drive a little bit around here. Let's see what the American is showing. It looks like they're shifting the track more to the east. We have to back up. Yes, both models are showing it shifting a little bit more to the east now. And they're almost in agreement. So, believe it or not, these people here may be saved. Whew. But now it's going to be Cedar Key, this area, that may get the worst of it with the winds. and the storm surge down here. Look at that water that would be pushing on the hurricane. I'm going to go back to the Euro. And also, because it's moving closer to it's going east, look how it's affecting the coastline of Florida now. That water rushing right up. They all need to watch now more. All these people on the coast. Because even though the wind is not coming onshore, it's moving straight up. Anybody immediately on that coastline, the barrier islands, oh my God, the water's just going to come flying up. Not good. Look at this. Look at that wind field. Trying to bounce it up just slightly. Yeah, see here. All up in here. It looks like the storm is shifting east a little bit. And this is that area that they were really concerned about here. But look which way the winds are. Offshore. They might be in the clear now, depending on where this thing goes, but this guy's over here. He may have to check out the latest models. Because the Euro and the American are both showing it shifting slightly more to the east now. That's why hurricanes, you gotta wait. You gotta wait because they jog, they move. Look at these onshore flow. Look at the flow here. Can you imagine the storm surge here? Now let's look at the geographical outline here, the layout, Steinhatchee. Let's go there. Let's see what's there. Hopefully it's not that populated. Looks like a lot of like wildlife preserve. Steinhatchee is not too far off the line, but it doesn't look too populated. This could be a saving grace. Now that water could surge in here. What is that other one? Cedar. It looks like it's going to come in here. This could be, I mean, doesn't look too populated. Okay, so to the northwest of Steinhatchee. So in here, it doesn't look populated. It's all like marshland. Wow. I mean, if any area's gonna hit, look at it. There's nothing really there. Oh my gosh, that would be like a blessing. There's nothing there. Nothing. The only one that might have a little, well, not a little, an issue is Steinhatchee. If the current models are right. But this is all a wildlife reserve area. Preserve. Wow. This could be really good for the folks that were under threat. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still going to be winds and all that stuff going on, but could be worse based on the latest model. Right there. This side here. So Steinhatche's in it. They're in it. But this is that area we're just looking at. And that's the euro. So the euro has it here. The American has it earlier coming in, but it's pretty much in the same spot. So the models are agreeing. Yep, the models are agreeing. Right there. They're in the same spot. It's going, the eye is going to go right over that wildlife reserve. Oh, she's going to drive me nuts. What? Mom, I'm live.
Why these people? Adam's indicted?
Mom, I'm live right now.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
I know. Okay. Okay, Billy.
Close the door, please. So, like I said, based on the latest models, the Euro and the American are agreeing. Really close to each other. It shifted east. Because the storm was moving east earlier today. So they have to change their whole path. And I said that when I first started, it's moving east. That they might have to change. Well, looks like the models are adjusting. When I put the mouse over it, it's still, okay, now it made a little more of a northerly turn. Look at it. Look at the mouse. It's moving northeast. Look, which way is that moving? Northeast. It moved more to the east. Now they're expecting it to make a more northerly turn, but that little jog, that little movement just changed the overall track to the east to make that landfall area. Now that does not mean that that thing cannot continually to go to the northeast and that track will change more to the east. Or it can change back and curve out a little bit to the north. We won't know until it's getting closer. And I'll say one thing, that eye wall doesn't look as impressive right now. Now there's a thing where the eye wall goes through a recycle process. It'll collapse and it'll redevelop. It's still an impressive storm. But you could see it's moving to the northeast. They were expecting it to take more of a northerly turn sooner. So it's getting really close too to the Gulf Coast areas of Florida. That's a big storm. Wow. I'm going to check something. Yeah, that's what it's called. Eye wall replacement cycle. Hurricanes will do that, but that's also, it'll re-intensify. They naturally occur in intense tropical cyclones. It's actually called concentric eye wall cycles. And it happens usually in major hurricanes. So you may see the eye look like it's disorganized. Well, that's what that is. I'm just reading it. Now it says here, as these storms strengthen, the eye walls become tighter and more intense until they reach maximum strength for the available energy. At this point, a new eye wall may begin to form on the outside. I'm not saying that that's what's happening here, but on the outside of the previous inner eye wall, cutting off the fuel for the inner wall and eventually leading to its demise. The original eye wall. The result is a new eye wall, larger in radius but temporarily weaker in intensity, leading to the drop in the storm's peak. Eventually, the new eye wall could rev back up and become more concise and powerful, and the storm regain strength, sometimes even stronger than before the eye wall replacement cycle occurred. So it doesn't mean that the storm is weakening. The new eye wall can actually, and that's what happens. It can drop a category, the eye wall recycles, and it can actually gain strength or it can actually lose strength. That's what happened to the hurricane that hit the Bahamas and was hanging around the Bahamas, and then it made its way to Florida. It went through an eye wall recirculation thing, and it weakened from a Cat 4 to a Cat 2. So it depends. It depends on what happens with this eye wall replacement. Now, I'm not saying it's happening, but look at that eye. It looks disorganized now. It was kind of tight, and now it's breaking up in the middle. Is that going to now form into one bigger eye wall here? I don't know. I'm not saying that this thing is losing strength. I'm just saying that eye wall is not organized. It's like broken in 3 pockets. Now can it open up and become one round circle? Yes. Like, see, is it gonna open up and become that solid eye wall? But something to keep an eye out. It looks like it wants to. It's amazing when you see the satellite imagery and you see the eye walls, you can actually see the ocean below. It's incredible. The next alert's in 20 minutes. I want to see Radar Omega, see the alerts. Okay, there could be tornado warnings going on. Yep, Florida, I see one already, right here. Those outer bands, Florida, just exactly, look at this. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida. There are tornado warnings right now. There's the one here. I don't see it. It already looks like it was up here now. They extended it. Let's see the one in Georgia. that looks like it moved up a little bit. I don't see anything really. I would be worried about that little cell, but I don't see anything. South Carolina. All right. It could just be picking up rotation in the atmosphere, but. And now let's see Florida. Same spot. That was when it was extended. Okay. So there's a couple of tornado warnings. So what that is, radar picked up some kind of circulation in the atmosphere. Look at all the tropical storm warnings. Jesus. Storm surge. Oh, this phone is driving me nuts. Wow. Look at all those storm surge warnings. They may have to update this. They may have to update this. This may not be on the bad side of the storm. They may have to update this. Because you see that white line? That's the track line. That's where the eye was initially thought to be coming in, right here. But it looks like in the cone of uncertainty, it's going to be more over here. It looks like the eye may be coming in through here near Perry, to the west of Steinhatchee. Looks like it's going to go more to the right now, based on the Euro models and the American model. This may be wrong, and that's why he's sitting here. I wish I could message him and tell him, dude, check out the latest Euro and American model, because you might be too far to the west now. Because he's going to have to drive out and around to get to that side now. He's got to get off that area. He's got to get off that island and get back to the mainland and go around to here. And we'll see later if he makes that move. The money is, he's going to have to. And I'm sure he's watching, he's observing, monitoring. But I don't think he's going to be in a good position right now. Time will tell. But there's so many alerts out there. I'm waiting for the next NOAA update in 15 minutes. Oh, wait. I want to see the last pressure. The last pressure was 960, I think. Millibars. Yes. This will tell us if the storm is the same, weakening, or strengthening, the millibars. If that number goes down, the storm is getting stronger. So we'll keep an eye on that. And I'm actually going to go to NOAA here like this to refresh it. What is this? Another system off Africa. For the North Atlantic Caribbean Sea. Hurricane Helene, yeah. Conducive to development. A tropical depression could form as soon as later today when it moves generally westward or to west-northward 15. The system is then forecast to slow down and turn northward late Friday and Saturday. So that's good. That's good. That means they're expecting this thing to move but then curve northward. That's what they're expecting. So that's good. Okay. That's old. We need that next update, which should happen soon. And see, it's a hurricane. It's a Cat 2. But I'm really curious to see what the next update's going to bring in a few minutes. And the projected path, if it changed. Matter of fact, let me see what they're saying here with the path. This is the Hurricane Center, so. Right in there. But the cone of uncertainty, I think it's going to lean more to the right. Surface wind. Yeah. It has it more here, right where the Big Bend is. I'm curious to see if they move this slightly to the right. Sometimes it takes even time for NOAA to catch up. What time is it? We got 14 minutes about. But I'm going to refresh Windy. Oh, God. Oh, it looks like it is trying to get its act together now. Yeah, that eye looks like it's definitely trying to get its act together. There could be some dry air trying to get into the system here. That's dry air. Oh, yeah. That could be interesting. Because a lot of the activity is to the north. But you look at that. Look at the size of this storm. I think there's a hurricane off of Acapulco or tropical storm. I think it's John. This one. That's a tropical system. That's not a hurricane. And there's another blow up right here. That's wild. Wow, look at that. Let me go back to NOAA. Oh, they're not showing the other one. Okay. We would have to check this Pacific. Nothing going on there. Eastern Pacific. That. John. It says Hurricane John. Minimal, 75 mile per hour. It's barely a hurricane. It's moving northwest at 5. It's just meandering there. Okay. What time is it? 10 minutes. Let me go back to Windy. This is we need wind. Okay, that's the euro. I'm curious. It definitely moved to the east. It was supposed to, the line was here. The middle line. Yep, it's still predicting the same spot, more to the east. What about the euro? I mean the American. Yep, the American moved east too. Yep, pretty much the same spot. And this is not, I mean, this is not a big amount of time, of miles here, but still, it's a big difference for these people here. That little movement could mean the world for them. But look at the coastal areas here now. Even Tampa. Let me go to the euro again. Yeah, look at this. This could be crazy for the Gulf Coast of Florida. This is shallow water and it just pushes right in. Look at that wind field. Steinhatchee, that place really needs to watch. Though it has a little protection. But this, I mean, this water, this is not high ground here. That water could just overflow this and go right in to here. Over this wetland area, that water could just be pushed right in. That's the water's, if it's 15-foot surge, that water's not going to be blocked by this. It's going to just be pushed right in. So I'm concerned now more with this area here. We'll see. Steinhatchee's right here in the wind field. Look at the water flow. That's the euro. Okay, we gotta back out a little. Yeah, it's gonna be a close call for them. Yep. That's some serious wind right there, bringing that water onshore. God forbid this eye jogs more to the east. But remember, this is a lot of wildlife preserve, reserve, whatever you want to call it. That's pretty good. Still got to be updated. Where the eye wall could come in is here. And it's not that populated in here. I'm more concerned about the storm surge than anything else. See, there's nothing there. I don't see no development. Over here, there could be a little bit. Keaton, what is this? Jenna? Keaton Beach. Keaton Beach. Alright, I gotta look at that because the eye could go over that. Let's see. Keaton Beach. Oh God. It's not giving me labels. I'm gonna look. Keaton Beach, Florida. Oh, it's over there. They're on the good side. They're not on the bad side. So Keaton Beach is over here. They're on this side. So it looks like the eye might go over all that wildlife reserve area. That could be, oh my God, that could be really good for the folks in this area. Except for that one spot, Steinhatchee, down here. We shall see. Alright, let me refresh this. It's still not updated. Any minute, the update's coming out. Any minute now. And I'm gonna wait. Because in the next few minutes, it's gonna be updated. So the pressure was 960, winds were 100, gust to 115. I gotta check that really fast before they update it. Cat 2. Yes, 100, 115, 960. Moving north-northeast. Alright, now we'll see. There it is. It's in. I don't know why I keep saying 4 a.m. Why is it doing that? It's currently experimental cone is processing. Where the hell? That says... The key message just says 4 a.m. What kind of BS is that? Okay, here we go. It's moving north-northeast. Maximum sustained winds is now 105. It went up by 5. And it's moving north-northeast still at 14. So it did pick up a little. Not much. It does look like the cone moved a little to the east. Okay. It's moving fast. 14 miles per hour. It's moving. So it gained 5 mile per hour winds. It was 100, now it's 105. Sustained. So that means it's 105 with a 120 gusts. Okay, let me see if they probably didn't update this yet. think they did anything of this yet. It takes them a while to update everything. Oh, that got less. That's not as red as it was before. And now it's more to this side. And that's that marshland area, that preserve. It doesn't look too bad. It's all on the outside. Wow, look at that. It does go inland a little bit. But it's right on the outside. The weather thing just said, Helene could be a once-in-a-generation storm. Okay. You better look at your models before you put stuff out. Yeah, and where the populated areas, there's going to be some storm surge, but inland, it doesn't look to be too bad. Where is this? Citrus Springs. Up to the Big Bend. There's a lot of red in there, but it's on the outside. Tampa's down there. You see all this area in here? That's where they're showing a lot of flooding. But it's not populated, except for Steinhatchee. But right where they're showing the red, it's all in here. But when you get close to the populated areas, it's not red. That's a game changer. Now this is scary. There is a few homes in there, in Cedar Key. They're in the red. There's definitely population here. Oh man. Oh my gosh, what is this? That's bad. They're in the red. Not much there. What is the name of this? Suwannee? that's not good. I hope they got those people out of there. But see, it's more inland. Most of the flooding is going to be in here, the red. Now remember, even though the winds aren't going to be onshore, the water's going to be coming up. These places here are totally exposed, these barriers. I don't think it's going to be near Tampa. Too bad. Okay, I gotta go back. Oh my God, that Cedar Key, that area that we were looking at is right in there. They're in the red. But right along the immediate, it's not red, thank God. It's on the outside. Over here is dicey. See, the further south we go, the less. See, it's right on the immediate coastline. Slight red, not much. So that's why I said from Tampa should be okay. It's more to the north. Right in here. Near the Big Bend. Cedar Keys, I mean, and Steinhatchee. I'd be concerned big time. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Oh, would this phone stop it? Yeah, prayers for everyone there. And Georgia will get effects of the hurricane too. It won't be a Cat 4, it'll be like a Cat 1, but southern Georgia is going to feel it. I mean, there's no doubt about that, but I'm more concerned about the storm surge right now. That's what, Cedar Key, I mean, look at it. They're going to be right in that. And Steinhatchee. Those are the places that I'm really focusing on right now for storm surge. I mean, look at this. That has to be evacuated. That has to be evacuated. If there's anything there, has to be evacuated. I mean, they're really vulnerable in this. But then there's that populated area in here. And the other one too. Let me look at the aerial. I mean, there's a bridge. Look at this. That must be evacuated. If they haven't, I'm sure they did. Look at the wind direction with the little arrows pointing up. That water's coming right in. Especially now that the storm shifted slightly to the east. This place is super, super vulnerable. And that water can get pushed right into here too. Look at the arrows. Look at the arrows. Which way are they going? That's the way the water goes. Right in. This place must be. Cedar Keys has to be evacuated. And the water, if it's a 15-foot surge, the water's going to overrun all this area into these more populated areas a little bit inland. All this, that's in the red. And this is what I'm concerned about too, right here. Look at the wind direction. Steinhatchee, is that how you say it? That water's going to get pushed right in. Especially if the winds are forecasted to be near the eye right there. So Cedar Key and Steinhatchee and any area in here. I mean, I'm just saying. And the euro is historically more accurate, so. And even here, Cedar Key, this is the American model, same thing. And Steinhatchee, with this model, Steinhatchee's closer to the eye. On the right side. So they're going to get some wind. If this American model is right. Uh-oh, they did move. Awesome. Annie. So, I'm not going to talk her business, but she's in Georgia, and she was able to change her appointment for today instead of tomorrow at the doctor. Thank God for that. She's heading to the hospital now for her treatment. Thank God. We were talking about that yesterday. I'm running a replay for her tomorrow. Tony Rathman, probably. Unless Jeff decides to go live. So like I said, storm surge is the major concern. Yes, if this wind field, wherever the wind field is near the eye, wherever it goes over, it could be damaging winds, etc. But it's more about the storm surge. For this storm. Oh, I hope the euro's not right, because that's a stronger wind field on the right. Oh my God. Right near Steinhatchee. Look at that. And Cedar Key's right there in as well. Look at this flow right near the eye. Look at this flow right into Steinhatchee and Cedar Key. So that's the focus was here for the last few days. Right here. They thought this storm was going to come in over here. Well, it shifted to the east, both models. They haven't talked about it on the news probably yet, but the models have now both agreed it shifted east. The both models, and that's what they go by. And how we can tell, I bet you Radar Omega hasn't updated yet either. Actually, let's see. Let's see if they updated it here. Yes. The pressure's the same, but the wind speed picked up. 105 sustained, gust to 125. But let's see where they have the line now. Look at that. They still have the line, the center line. Now the cone of uncertainty is right there. Well, guess what? That line is wrong. The models, he might be making a move. He might be seeing the same thing I'm seeing. The line is shifted over here more. That line must move more to the east because that's not right. Based on the models, it's going to have to shift more to the east. This cone, by probably later this afternoon, is going to shift more to the east. closer toward Perry. He's moving. He might be, and I said that, he must be monitoring. He's got to be moving. He's probably going east. I'm really curious to see where he's going. See, he's on it. He's got to be seeing it. There's actually a tornado. He might be getting away from that tornado warning, actually. There's a tornado warning here. That's a tornado warning. He might be moving because of that. Let's look at the radar. Come on. There's a lot of... It's not picking up because of all the overlays. I'm gonna look. Tornado warning. Expires. Florida, Franklin, Florida. Yep, that's the one. He's not moving now. He might be because of the tornado. He got away from it. The only thing is he's not live. No camera yet. He's moving. He got away from this. And you can see which way it's moving. That way. There's actually a few tornado watches out right now. South Carolina, Georgia. Let's look at the Georgia ones. Oh yeah, that looks like that could have the potential. Let's check the other one. Down there. In Georgia. So there's two, one here and one here. That's a nasty cell. Look at that. That's nasty. Oh man. I hope people are paying attention. You know, they think, a lot of people might think, oh, the hurricane's not even here yet. It's these bands, these outer bands that spin and create these isolated tornadoes. This is bad. All right, let's see where the other one is. South Carolina, I believe. And these are warnings. These ain't watches. These are warnings. They picked up rotation. And I can change like the resolution on them. Like the one in Georgia. Let's go there. Right here. And that is a nasty cell right there. It kind of tells you. So there's white in there, but it's hard to see it right now. It's hard to see it. I'm going back to this. This updates like every minute. That's the Tampa radar. They're still predicting a Cat 3. I don't know about a Cat 4. That could be a technically. That's actually a 3. That's not a 4. Yeah, that's a 3. I don't know about this Cat 4 talk now. I honestly am not sure about a Cat 4 talk now. still, a Cat 3 is a major hurricane. But they were talking a Cat 4. That's why it's good to monitor this in real time. The storm is still a distance away. I mean, anything can happen. I want to put this in motion. I remember that hurricane that they thought it was going to go up and it curved right into Florida. I was like, whoa. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but I want to look at that eye. Yep, that's when it was falling apart. That's going to have to monitor that. It looks like there's some dry air coming in. It doesn't look as impressive on this side. It looks very impressive up here. Now, this is starting to come in now, so it might reorganize and get stronger. It's looking a little bit better organized coming in. That's why the eye is like that. Because most of the activity is here. But as this wraps around, this actually can create a different eye. This is going to be really interesting to see what happens here with the eye wall. Because it kind of looks like it wants to shift more to the north. Like here. But you see on the bottom, it doesn't look as impressive. There's dry air coming in here. This is drier air. See, now that's what I said. It looks like it wants to shift more to the north. Because this is expanding a little bit. This eventually is going to come around. See that? Exactly what I was just saying. It looks like it wants to go, the eye wall's going through a recycle, and it's trying to form a different eye wall up here. Right in there. It's going to be really interesting to see. And believe it or not, the water's not as warm to the north as it is where it is right now. But you can see the circulation. It is impressive. But there's dry air funneling into the system. Right in there. It's almost crazy that the storm is moving to the east to get away from that dry air. It's like this thing has a mind of its own. It's like, I need to get away from the west side because it's... But when this area here starts to wrap around, it may intensify. It's questionable right now because of this. Like, I need to stop the loop. Right in there. Right in there. But the eye looks like it's really trying to reorganize, like I said, more to the north and west. This eye wall is going away. It's trying to start a new one here. But there is a lot of energy here. But this drier air, got in there. It got in. And it disrupted the storm. But now it's trying to gather strength again. Don't get me wrong, it gathered 5 miles per hour. I mean, but You would think the eye would be somewhere in there, where that lightning strike is, like up here. You would think the eye would be more up here, but it's here. And it's all because of this drier air coming in to the inflow of the system. It's disrupting it, which is a good thing. That is actually a really good thing. I don't, right now, the Cat 4 prediction might have to be lowered to a Cat 3. In my opinion. I mean, if you look at, I don't know if there's any typhoons going on, and this place has been crazy with activity. But there's nothing organized. There's a lot of systems. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a lot going on. 1, 2, 3. The other one's not showing up. I want to just go forward. I know this is a little bit off base here, but I'm curious. Okay, so this is just a system going into near Tokyo right here. Not a hurricane. Not a typhoon. This one's getting more strength. Oh yeah. Philippines. It's not moving much though. Wow, that could be making a beeline toward Japan or China. It's not moving much. That's a typhoon. Same thing. Oh, it's making a run at Japan. Oh yeah. And North Korea. This is forecasted for them next week. Wow, it just went up here. Wow, look at that. I know they must be watching that actually in Japan on this one. Russia's up there. China, Russia. But they must be paying attention to that. That's close. That is close to Japan. I really, really want to keep an eye on this eye. Because this was the eye over here. Believe it or not, the eye was here. Look how it's shifting now here. Now that could change everything back to the original course. If that actually could change, that small little distance is the same little distance that it made a difference up here in the track. Think about that. So the Euro and the American was showing it going more in here. But now that the eye wall is shifting more to the west again, it may end up being on the original forecast. As crazy as that sounds. If we put this in motion, you'll see how the eye, because it is drier air funneling in, the eye was not there. Let's put it. Let's zoom in. See, the eye was here, and now the eye is here. That was the old eye. Now it's over there. Because the drier air, look at this. This is the eye. But now the new eye is forming a little bit more to the west. We have to see if that is actually going to form into the eye. Because it was wobbling, it was going through probably a replacement cycle. But will it go around that one? This opening, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But see how the eye looks like it's going more toward the center of the storm. It really should be more to the north a little bit. And you always look for the thunderclouds, this here to, it shows intensification going into the right side, but this dry air did affect it a little bit, but now the wraparound is becoming more defined, so that drier air is going to become less of an influence. But look at the size of that storm. My gosh. It is huge, Witch Moon. It's big. It does look like it wants to create the eye more to the west now. It really does. Time will tell. But based on what I'm seeing, it does look like it wants to shift more to the west, the eye. That's wild. It was still part of the original eye, because this is the piece of the original eye up there. So it is consistent. But see, it got disorganized, and now it's trying to get its act together more here. And that's right now, that's 0 minutes ago. So this keeps refreshing. And it's crazy. You might say, oh, every second, every minute. Yeah, every minute counts when you're looking at this. You got to remember how fast this is spinning. The rotation around it. But this has to fill in now. This has to fill in with this. So it's going to take some time before that gets around. If that is going to be the eye wall now, it needs time for this to come around. Right there. See this wraparound right here? This? Let me stop it. That's coming in. This. The wraparound. So this may fill in the next 20 minutes. This is going to go bye-bye. The sunlight reflecting off the clouds, because it's thin. It's not a heavy cloud layer like here. That's the sun reflecting off these clouds. So this wraparound is going to come up and fill that. It's going to tighten it. Maybe. That's what I'm looking for right now. Let's get out a little bit. I mean, that drier air is now pushing off. And it's filling in. And it's growing. It's growing in size. Look, I just can't get over how big this thing is. But that dry air coming in right here disrupted it. This drier air coming in. See this dry air? See how it's funneling into the system? But it looks like it's retreating a little bit. The drier air is now shifting more to the south. As this thing is widening, here, the drier air when this wraps, that drier air is not going to be an issue in a little while because it's sinking to the south here. It was an issue earlier. That's why it's a little disorganized in there. Because of that drier air. But now the drier air is sinking more down to the south. And this thing is expanding more to the west. That won't allow that drier air to get actually near the eye wall. It's filling. It's filling with the hurricane. So watch out for this crease. That crease is going to get filled in with this darker area here. Maybe. That's why I'm watching it. It might look like I'm going crazy with this, but it's important. You see how it's trying to get in and fill it in? I gotta go to the last loop. See it right here? See how it's bending in? It's trying to fill this in. The eye is trying to develop here. So this should be filled in within the next half hour. If it's really strengthening, it should fill in. And we shouldn't see any of this sunlight reflecting if this is where it's going to redevelop now. The eye. Because it really got disorganized. It could have been going through a replacement cycle. And this changes everything. Where the eye will make landfall. That's why I'm looking at it. Look at the thunderstorms around the eye wall. That's intensification. See that? This is important for the storm. But what you really want to, for a hurricane, you want to see those thunderstorms here. On the right side. And there's nothing showing up on the right side. Because that drier air came in. Because it is impressive. But that drier air. See, now there's some thunderstorms popping up here. This is intensifying down here. You see those bubbly cloud tops? That's thunderstorms. I don't know if you could see that. You can kind of see that. That's high cloud top thunderstorms right there. See that ripple effect? That's the tops of the clouds. It's hard to see it when you zoom in. Oh, I could have seen it. See that? That ripply look? Those are high cloud tops of thunderstorms. Right there, boom. So this is actually getting stronger here. And if this makes it around, see, it is still moving north-northeast. It's still moving north-northeast. It's still moving this way. Now, the last one looks like it took a little jog to the north. I'm going to put the mouse here. Yeah, let's put it here. Moving north-northeast. Then I want to move the mouse to here. and see if it is jogging now more to the north. Oh yeah, it did. I'm gonna move this a little over to be more precise. Yeah, it definitely moved more to the north. I want to get right over this eye. Yep, it's moving more to the north now generally. Because it's predicted to move more to the north. Wow. That was the original model too, showing it in here. I wonder. This is gonna be close. You see how the system looks like it's moving east? Look how the clouds are, the outer bands are approaching the coastline of Florida. But in the last couple of loops, it's starting to look like this is not moving in anymore, it's moving north. See that? Those last couple of frames? That's based, the whole overall movement of the system. You see it? You see how it's expanding closer to the coastline? But then in the last couple, it's jogged more to the north. The last couple of frames, it's moving more northerly. That eye looks like it's starting to get its act together again. These little movements are so important for where the eye wall will make landfall. It's ridiculous. I know it looks ridiculous. I know it sounds ridiculous, but this is what you look for. These little jogs, these little movements determine everything on the landfall. And that landfall is a big deal between a more populated area and a less populated area. That's why. And we don't want to see it in a populated area. It's crazy because I'm actually thinking of putting a fire on in my house. It is chilly in here. It's actually chilly in my house right now. I wonder if my solar panels, it's cloudy. Even though it's crazy because even though it's cloudy, the solar panels still produce. And there's no more AC on, there's no more pool on. Oh no, she's coming. Zilla is approaching. Zilla is approaching. I'm gonna check something. I haven't checked the solar panels in a while. Okay. You see how the eye is starting to get organized, and it's that sun area with the thinner clouds is starting to break up and disappear a little bit. What the hell's going on here? Oh God, she's coming. What happened?
We can put it like a big umbrella for the cats
Why would I?
so they don't get wet.
They have plenty of places to get cover. They're fine. It's not pouring.
But they don't know better.
Of course they know better. They've been here for years. They know where to seek shelter, Ma.
Yeah, but the baby, the
Oh,
blackie,
Mom,
and they
stop.
haven't been into the house that we bought them.
All right, Ma, stop.
Come on,
Just
baby.
stop.
No, you stop. I'm the one who fixed the cat and take care of everything here and the dog. I know what's going on. Yeah, it's a very
That's crazy. On a cloudy day, I am producing exactly what I'm using.
Really?
What? I'm live. What?
Something Florida is bad.
It's going to get bad, yeah. But I don't know. I'm looking at it in real time.
I hope not, please, God.
The storm looks like it's trying to get its act back together, but there was a dry air inflow coming in that looks like it weakened it a little bit, to be honest. And I still see it.
Bill,
What?
imagine when I have a house in Florida and I have a pond there
I know.
and me over there. Oh my God, alone. Woo. Beautiful, but very bad.
Unbelievable.
I had that pond there. That's the thing. That would went up.
Wow, I'm breaking even today on a cloudy day. That's insane. I'm exactly breaking even.
I had a beautiful house, though.
Mom, I'm live right now.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm gonna put myself in jail. That's
but
it.
I'm live. We don't want to hear your comments.
You're the body. You're the police.
My gosh.
I'm in jail right now. Can't do nothing. Talk or move.
So right now, this month, which is almost over, just to show you what the panels do. This is why we only pay $33 for fees and stuff for electricity, because we have to be connected to the grid, and taxes. I wish I can get off the grid. Why is this giving me a problem? What the hell's going on with the camera? Okay, here.
This popcorn is good.
I pay $125 a month for the panels. Oh my God, this thing keeps messing me up. People don't, and not everybody can get solar. It's still doing it. What the heck is going on? Fit to screen. It's acting wonky.
This popcorn is good, Bill.
Don't eat my stuff. Eat your stuff. That's my popcorn.
That's not right.
Oh, I'm just gonna transform it to full screen. It's acting stupid. It keeps jumping. It's still doing it.
Popcorn is
It's
delicious.
still doing it. What is going on with this? I can't adjust my camera. Streamlabs is acting up. This never happened before. It's not letting me stretch my camera out. Properties. There's nothing I can do with that. Ridiculous. It just bounces up and down. Let me. The black magic is fine. I'm gonna shut down the capture in the background. It's still not working. Unbelievable. What's that? Go get coffee. I'm freaking out over this. This doesn't want to work. Keeps jumping. I'm not trying to mess with it. Doesn't want to work. That's so bizarre. Oh well. There's nothing I can do. People have to make their own decisions for their own lives. That's the way it works. Whether it's smart or stupid, it's their choice. Mom is talking about people don't want to evacuate from the mandatory areas. It's their choice. What are you going to do? Force them to leave? I mean, that would be bullshit. I honestly don't want to know why this is not working. Yes.
Can you imagine? They're offering people
I know what you just said.
to evacuate.
I know, and they don't want to.
They will die.
Ma, people have to reach their own decisions, period.
I will take furniture doesn't mean shit to me. Anything in the house doesn't mean just my life and people.
I understand your point, but people have different points of view too.
Forget it. You could always replace.
That's
the
you,
furniture.
but other people have a different take on it.
Well, no, that's very sad, man. They
It's,
could have the house.
they have to live with their own consequences. That's the way it works.
Oh my God. Uy. My Lord.
I can't get my camera to get big here. I've never had this experience with this. And I'm not going to stop the stream just to fix the camera. It doesn't want to highlight. I've never, ever experienced this.
Elderly people, children, younger people. Oh my God. Seniors.
All right, Ma, go over there because I don't want to hear it.
Living.
All right, good. I want to hear that.
Security guard. My son wants me outside. Take me out of this room. Shit. I'm in jail.
She exhausts me.
You are the one who tells me I can't even come to my living room and sit down.
I'm live right
I'm
now.
leaving. Bye.
Unbelievable. It's starting to fill in a little bit. So this is going to be the eye here, I think, which takes it more to the north. and to the west. It was originally shifting more to the north-northeast, but now it looks like the eye is going to form more to the north and west. The new eye, because it's going through a recycle. Because dry air came in. See that line? That was drier air that came in earlier and disrupted the eye wall. And it was right in there. This inflow was dry air. But now it's receding and it's pushing to the east and it's being filled in here. But this dry air initially earlier got in there. It sucked in that dry air and it disrupted it. Temporarily, but it did. See this here? See that line? That's the dry air that happened. I'm going to pause it. See this? That drier air got in there and disrupted the eye. So now it's trying to get its act back together. But because of that, believe it or not, this was the original eye area, but now it's redeveloping more to the west. And the storm is now moving north-northeast, but it looks like in the last few loops, it's starting to turn more to the north. So that's a big deal for where that eye wall could make landfall up there. That's why I'm monitoring it obsessively, because it's a big deal. But this is what was the culprit right here. Or earlier. It was definitely the culprit. It got in. It got in and affected it. Oh, now you don't want to go forward? See that? It got in there. That drier air was able to get in. Look at that. That's amazing. But now that wraparound is coming around. And it's filling it in. This is trying to get back in there and surround the eye. But this right here, and where does it come from? Right in there. The storm needs this to wrap around the eye, not that. So, and actually in the last loop, the eye doesn't look that impressive. So do I see this becoming a cat 4? I don't know about that. I don't know about that right now. What the hell just happened? I don't know. It doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. I'm just saying. It does not. It's a big storm. This thing is gonna make me nuts. All kinds of crazy things are happening. I mean, it's still a huge storm. But you could see it. You could actually see it better wide out, how the dry air got and affected the eye. The bad news is it's trying to wrap around and fill it in, and the original model for it looks like it takes it back to the west, the eye, where the eye is trying to form again. It's crazy. It is actually nutty. See, it's trying to get in there. It's trying to fill it in. But right here is a definite vulnerability for this hurricane right there. Because you need this to develop for the storms to wrap around the hurricane. And right now, this does not look impressive at all, to be honest. Most of the action is here. So to me, the storm is not organized right now. I'm not impressed. Now, there is some thunderstorms that are trying to develop in here. These darker areas. Is this going to turn into something here? But that dry air definitely got in. And this does not look impressive to wrap around. I don't know. I don't think this is going to be a Cat 4. I got to see something. Radar Omega is showing a 3. And this was updated a few minutes ago. Radar Omega is showing a 3. Still a major hurricane, but it's not a 4. And it's still showing to make landfall there. Now the next update doesn't come out for another couple of hours. I'm very curious to see, but I'll be honest. It's not. This doesn't even look impressive on the radar. There is definitely a glimmer of hope here, in my observation and opinion. But will this wrap around? But there's nothing to feed it. It's that dry air got in here. And this is vital for this thing to keep this strong. This dry air got in there. You could tell, look at it. It's bright. That's the sunlight. And it was this piece right here that got in. This drier air got in. It got in. The inflow. See, look at these thunder tops, but they're out here. Will this, I mean, there's so much that could happen, but this drier air got in. Now these thunderstorms are starting to develop again. So the drier air is sinking to the south and east. So we can't totally discount that yet. See the lightning strikes? That's intensity. But I'm not seeing it here at all. Even though that one little piece looks like it's getting strong. That right here. But still, look at the dry air. That's amazing. Look at that. It got in. The hurricane doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. There's a lot of time to go here, but right now it weakened. It definitely lost a little of its juice. It's very impressive on the top and on the left side, but this is not the wind side necessarily. This is. Now, yeah, these thunderstorms are trying to develop here. You got a little piece here, but there's still dry air in there. I'm not impressed. I still can't get the camera to work. I can't even make my camera bigger. I can't adjust it. It's acting stupid. But I'm really looking at these. I'm not. It might be. It looks like it's crazy that I'm just focusing on this, but this is really important. And it updates. This right here is drier air, but the eye's trying to form here. Trying. It's struggling. It is struggling. But that makes more sense where the eye should be. In here. Now, on the other flip side of the coin is, this is pushing east now and to the south. So will this be filled in from here around the eye? It has it, but this has to come around and fill this up. And right now, it still has plenty of time to get its act together before it makes landfall. Hundreds of miles, but still. It still has time before it makes landfall. But this thing is moving like at 13, 14 miles per hour. But when you see this, that's not good for a hurricane. And that's all a result of what? Where does this end? Right here. The dry air funneled in. It got sucked in. This drier air right here got in. It sucked it in. That's good news. For the people in Florida right now, that's good news. But time will tell to see if this thing reorganizes. And yeah, the thunderstorms are trying to redevelop on the outside. What the hell is going on in Kick? And hello, Stelios, is that? And what's up, 91? Prayers, definitely. Thoughts and prayers go out to all these people. Oh, yes, this is live. I'm focusing right now. I mean, I can put so much stuff on the screen, but I pay for the premium for Windy and for Radar Omega. I have the gold plan. But I'm focusing right now on the storm itself because I'm not impressed of what just happened in the last hour, 2 hours. As far as the storm intensifying, all the signs here is it's not going to right now because of that inflow and that dry air that got into the storm. You don't see, you would, in a hurricane, you would see the entire thing like dark, like that top section, you would see it dark with the eye in the middle. You wouldn't see that line that's coming out. That's dry air. It got in. Now, like I said, this could change. It could re-strengthen. It can fill in. But right now, this is good. As far as not becoming a Cat 4, possibly. It might if this continues, this might not even be a Cat 3. And I don't want to jump ahead of the game here because there's still a lot of time, hundreds of miles before it makes landfall. It still could be a Cat 3. I don't think this is going to be a Cat 4, as they were forecasting. Not based on what I'm seeing. And remember, when they forecast, they do the models every 3 hours, NOAA. So they might, in the next update at 2 p.m. Eastern, this might reflect on their forecast models. We just happen to be looking at it in real time. But I'm really curious what they say at 2 o'clock to see. The winds were 105. I'm shutting this phone down. I can't take it. I'm going to just lower these notifications. It's driving me nuts. I have to lower these notifications. It's really driving me crazy. Sounds. Notifications. That is so annoying. Notification volume. Goodbye. Yeah, I mean, the eye is trying to get reorganized. Now, I'm looking at this right here, coming around the wraparound, because it does have the potential to fill in again. Because it's not like this happens instantaneously. It takes time. But it looks like this wants to try to wrap around and get around the eye again. Even this little dark area here. See, it's trying to fill this in. It's trying. This wraparound is trying to get around and get rid of this. But this would be the eye. That would be the eye. Right here. This is where the eye will develop if it gets its act together. It would be right here. So we got to see how this comes around and fills this up around the eye. It's the only way the eye can strengthen. It's right now, it's not because of this dry air. Look at that. But that was earlier. Now that dry air is sinking more to the south, and it's not going to be so much influential on the eye wall because the wraparound over here looks like it might fill it up again. And yes, the thunderstorm tops are starting to increase here, and this got larger. If we go back in time, you see this? Look how small it is. It's not even there. And neither is the real development here because this dry air. But now, as we go forward in time, it popped in, getting larger, and so is these storms getting its act together out here. That eventually will be the wraparound. Let me refresh it. See that? Look at this. See that? It's trying to get around the eye. See these thunderstorms? They're starting to develop on the outer side to wrap around. This one got a little larger too. So the dry air is starting to get pushed out. It's trying to reorganize. And it's painstakingly ridiculous to look at it every minute. But see? This is here now. That wasn't there. I hate that it does that. See? It's It's trying to get around the eye again. It's trying to fill it. Look how it was. Well, look what it looks like now. That was what, 25 minutes ago? 29 minutes ago? Now look at it. The eye is trying to get it to act back together. This will be the eye. And it's getting really close to filling around it. And this is pushing east, this drier air, and it's starting to get filled in a little bit because it's moving more to the east. And these thunderstorms are starting to develop here too. So the storm is trying to get its act together from this wraparound. It's trying. But even that little 2-hour week that it didn't strengthen is a big deal. It's a big deal. Because that could mean a big difference between a category 3 and a 4. But now that eye is starting to look a little bit more organized. But it did, that dry air definitely affected it. Oh, with the naming the storms, I have no idea. Helene, actually, we're not too far into the alphabet, which is a great sign too. Sometimes they go with all the tropical systems, you go through the whole alphabet and then it starts over again with a new list. So we're only on H, thank God. To be honest, thank God that shows there wasn't that many that developed, and some had no impact on the United States. There was a couple, but we're on letter H. We're not on letter V, if you want to look at it that way. Yeah, that eye is starting to 12:16. This is pretty. It's getting updated. 12:16. That's right now. For me, at least, Eastern. But like, this might look ridiculous that I'm focused in on this right now, but to me, from a weather perspective, this is very important to look at this frame by frame. Now, I can come back in 2 hours and look at this and see what it looks like. Did it get its act back together? Sure, I could do that. But some of us have been watching this painstakingly for the last 2 hours. Oh my gosh. But again, this is important, especially for the people of Florida. Because now the storm is not necessarily moving to the north-northeast. It looks like, since the eye is forming more to the west, that this may now start to take it more north. That's key to where landfall will happen. And we could put that in a loop. So the storm was moving north-northeast. It was moving this way. But because the eye, see how it's moving more to the north now? You saw that? You saw how it was going kind of this way, and now it's curving up. See? It's moving north. It's even moving north-northwest last couple of loops. But it was moving north-northeast. But now it's jogging more to the north. We could put the mouse. Just watch. Which way is it moving? Now, look, it's curving. It's curving back toward the north. There's the eye. It was moving north-northeast. And right there, it starts to curve more to the north, and it's going more to the north now. We could put the mouse here. All right, there's the eye. Now look at it. Where's the eye now? To the north. It was moving north-northeast. But the last few frames, That eye is to the north of my mouse. And we can go even further back to show where it moved from before it started to make that jog. All right, I got to get precise. Let's start like right there. So look where northeast. Look right there. There it is, the eye. Boom. It's moving northeast. But look what it did. It went out. It started to curve more to the north because the eye is going through a cycle. It's trying to redevelop. That is important based on the trajectory of the path, because the models were starting to show a shift a little to the east. Well, guess what? Now it took a more of a northerly turn. That is a big, important difference on where it makes landfall. That's crucial to those people for the storm surge and where the eye comes in. That's why I'm focusing on it, because it looks like it's starting to make more of a northerly track straight up. Well, if we look at that, if that is to remain the way it is, big question mark. Let's freeze it. Let's refresh. Let's just refresh so it's set at a frame. So let's make a straight line up. Let's make a straight line up. Where would it take it? Oh, right where they forecasted originally for it to go over. Right here. Which would be a disaster for these folks. So that's why that is so important, where this thing is going to go. Because it was moving northeast, so if it was moving more northeast before it made that northerly turn, it might have took it more over here. Instead of here. Because I could show you right now, I don't know if the models have changed. That's going to be interesting to see. Both the Euro and the American model had shifted it to the east. I wonder if they changed back more to the west again. We're going to find out right now. See, so they still have it. Remember, this was the original. They still have it shifting more to the east on the models, but the models change. See? More to the east of here, originally. Right there. I mean, you're not talking a far distance here, but it's a big difference for the people that live here or here. There's a lot of wildlife reserves, preserves, whatever you want to call it, refuges, all that. This is a less populated area. You have Steinhatchee, yeah, you got Cedar Key, but if that eye were to go, say, over here, this is a more densely populated area in here. Oh, God. What's up, Don? was an important call. I gotta eat breakfast at some point. I had coffee. Okay, I gotta message the guys. But anyway, so yeah, that's why it's important. Now that's the Euro model. This is the American. Has it coming in a little bit earlier and a little bit slightly more to the east. Very slight. But see, this is where they're predicting the eye to come in. Now Steinhatchee, that would be bad for them, and it wouldn't be great for Cedar Key either. But that's why the cone of uncertainty is exactly what it is. Here, and this was updated right now, see, it's predicting a 3. Look at the middle line. It's more to the west, which directly impact that area here, where the eye would go. And the water would be surging in from the circulation of the eye right into that bay. I mean, it's not good. It's not good in any scenario. But I'm saying that's why I'm looking at this eye. Because based on what just happened in the last couple of hours, look, it just bounced north. It's going now more to the north. It's not moving northeast anymore. It's going more to the north. That's a big game changer for where it can make landfall. That's why I'm looking at this right now, because something did happen in the last couple of hours. And they're not going to update you on your local forecast. Maybe a weatherman might say, well, he's doing exactly what I'm doing. The latest data, satellite imagery, shows that the hurricane has now moved slightly to the north. They might be talking it in real time if they're doing what I'm doing and monitoring it in real time. Do you understand what I'm saying? But a lot of them do this. They go based on this. Well, that's I was looking at the storm surge areas, which is really bad. But see, this is the area that I'm concerned about. All of it. You're concerned about everything, but right here. And that's horrible. I don't know if they updated the key messages. Yes, they did. This is as of 11 o'clock this morning, my time. So, catastrophic deadly storm surges likely along portions of the Florida Big Bend coast where it could reach as high as 20 feet above ground level. That's sick. But that's based on the forecast that happened at 11 o'clock this morning. But a lot's changed since 11 o'clock this morning. So they're going to forecast, when you see the weather people, they're going based on the latest update from the Hurricane Center at 11 a.m. Eastern, or whatever they say. They're going to go off this. But a lot's changed. A lot's changed. In the couple of hours, well, not couple hours, 90 minutes since this was released, things have changed a little bit. Now, don't get me wrong. It could still be a major hurricane Cat 3. Don't get me wrong. But they're predicting a Cat 4 here. So the eye, it was drifting like I showed you in the loop. It was drifting northeast. See, look at how this is approaching the Gulf Coast. But now, look, it's going this way. It's the last few frames are showing it move more to the north. Look how it's moving northeast, northeast. But now it just jogged more to the north. We could put the mouse here. See how it's moving northeast? But watch. There's the eye. Look. Where is that? That's not northeast, the eye. That's actually north, and then a little bit northeast. I mean northwest. Right here. So that is a big difference on the overall movement of the storm itself and moving more in a northerly direction. It's not moving northeast right now. The eye reformed and it's more to the north and west and moving more to the north. And yes, it's trying to get rid of that dry air. The dry air is starting to subside because this dry air got in earlier. But look, the wraparound is filling the void and there is no dry air coming in now. This thing is expanding more to the west. So now, as this wraparound, but you got to see the storms developing here. You see? It's trying to get this moisture in here and fill that void of that dry air. See how this is bubbling up? Look at these storms bubbling up here. And look how this got stronger. That's your potential wraparound that has to fill this wrap. Otherwise, the storm is going to lose strength big time because it doesn't have that flow coming in. But now, look at how this is pushing to the west. And the drier air that was affecting it has now dropped more to the south. So this dry air is not going to affect it hardly no more because it's moving to the east and to the south. So it's going to allow that wraparound to happen and redevelop that eye. And it's happening as we're looking at it. Look at it. Oh no. What happened? There's nothing there.
Wow.
See, the eye is really trying to get organized now. Again. But there's still dry air in there from before, right here. But it's starting to fill in. That was what happened earlier. That's why I say in the last 90 minutes, a lot's happened from the last update. This was that dry air that came in. That drier air came in here. See that? That's drier air that had funneled in. But now it's sliding off to the east and it's being filled. And the eye is trying to reform. Get its act back together here. Right there. It was a mess earlier. I mean, you could see it. It was a mess. Look at it. A mess because of the dry air. Look at it. It's a mess. But now it's breaking off. The drier air is breaking off to the east and the eye is starting to reform its eye wall again. Because look at all this coming around. Now do you understand a little bit more? And this just happened, and like I said, in the 990. Look at that. Now you're starting to see the water underneath the imagery. The blue. And you're starting to see that more frequent lightning happening around the eye wall. See that? Now, in like the next half hour, we're going to see if that eye, it really is like a live organism. It really is. It's unbelievable when you look at it and analyze it. But that dry air definitely had an influence on it, but now it's trying to get its act back together, and it's moving more northerly. And to be honest, it makes more sense, as I said earlier, that the eye should be somewhere in the center here, not off to the side like that, because the dry air messed it up. This area messed it up. The dry air that funneled in from here. See this? This drier air got sucked into the intake of the storm and disrupted it. But now it's moving to the south and to the east, and it's allowing this. Look how the storm is expanding. See this? That's not going to allow that dry air to affect it now. It did earlier, but now it's expanding. So that eye is starting to get its act back together again. But for 90 minutes, it affected it. But now the eye is going more to the north. And the system overall is starting to go more to the north. How you can tell, just look at the sides. Look at the sides. See how it was pushing north-northeast this way, in that direction? But now it's moving more in a northerly motion. You could see it. Just look at this piece on the top as the eye is forming again. Which way is that moving? Is that moving north-northeast? No, it's moving more to the north. The eye is moving to the north. And they were wondering, when was it going to start to make that turn more to the north? Because on the forecast models, it's supposed to. Let's zoom out. You see how it has it here in the model, still moving north-northeast? Even up to here, moving more north-northeast, until it started to make a turn more to the north. But that's not happening. It's starting to make a northerly jug now. It's starting to do it here. So what the hell does that mean? See? That's a north-northeast trajectory. That's not north. That's north-northeast. Look how far up it goes. All the way up here. Remember, these are the models. Well, based on real-time satellite imagery, that's not what's showing on the satellite. On the satellite, it moved now. It's jogging more to the north. That's a little earlier. Look. That's the eye. Now let's see, what is it parallel to? Naples? Yes. So the eye is pretty much Naples. So let's go back to that model. Where is Naples? Naples is down here. So the eye is here. But it still has it on the models going north-northeast. But right now in Naples, it's starting to go more to the north. That's why I say this is important, because they may have to change the track. Because as of right now, remember, here's Naples. The eye is here. And on the models, it still has it tracking north-northeast in the cone. But it took a little bit of a northerly jog. And that little slight difference is everything to the people who live here. Because they're all concerned on either being on the right side of the storm or getting direct impact from the eye. That's why it's important. Where will it make the landfall? who will be on the right side. Look at it. It's moving north. See, it was moving northeast. But then it started to jog to the west and now more to the north. Now, this is just a few sequences. Will it start to jog again back to the northeast? We'll have to see. But right now, let's put it here. Northeast, northeast, but not there. That's where it changed. It's actually more to the west. Look, northeast, it's moving northeast. Now it's here. Now where is it? To the north. That's not northeast. And you could actually see it. It's moving more to the north. That is a big deal. That eye is north of my mouse. And it was moving northeast until that point. And that's almost parallel to not even Naples. It is now. But the movement started down here. So I'm going to put the mouse back to the original spot when it was moving northeast. Well, a little bit more here. Let's go right there. Yeah, that's a good spot. See, northeast, northeast. Then right there, north. Right there. Right here about. Oh, I'm a little off. Let's go move a little more. Let's let the loop go. Okay, here it comes. Northeast. Boom. North. Even slightly northwest. It wobbled. And the eye was disorganized from the dry air, and now it's reforming. More to the west and moving more northerly. And that's important. That is... Look at it. Where's that going? Up on the screen? It's not moving northeast. I can't emphasize that enough. It was moving northeast. Then it jogged north. Boom. And moving north. Now the eye is still somewhat disorganized, but it's trying to get into the center of circulation. And the dry air is now pushing to the east and south. And look at the storm growing on that side. See, when that dry air came in, look how it diminished the right side. It did. It diminished it. Look at the expansive size on the right side until the dry air got in there. But now we have to see in the next few hours how this wraparound comes around and it fills in the right side, which is really the fuel of the storm, the inflow. But there are thunderstorms developing here and down here. Right in there, look at that. Right in there and in here. And it's starting to take over from that dry air. Forget all the way down here, that's insignificant. It's what's going to happen here. And you could see boom and boom. And there's still the dry air in there from earlier when it got in there. It's still in there. So, but it definitely looks like it's moving more to the north now. I think that northeast thing is, now it can still move northeast still. We have to see how this evolves. Because like I said, the eye is trying to reform itself. So it could jog back to the north-northeast as forecasted, but right now it's by Naples, parallel to Naples. And it's supposed to continue on a north-northeast course on the models. But that's not happening. See? Naples. That would put it here. That's a north-northeast trajectory in the cone. You see where the turn starts to bend here? See it? Where it starts to bend up? Now this is the cone of uncertainty, but still, the cone itself is moving north-northeast.
Okay, baby. Take care. God bless you. See you later. Okay, bye. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Don't even bring it up right now. I'm live.
ooh.
So see, like here, they expect it to take more of a bend to the north. See? That's north-northeast. Till here. That's way up. That's past Tampa. The storm is down here. So if you look at this, this is a north-northeast movement. It's not doing that right now. It's actually down by Naples parallel, and it's starting to go more to the north. Now, will it get to here and make we go back to north-northeast? I don't know. But, oh, that doesn't look good for it. That's a latest loop. The eye just looks like it got... Oh, no, that's not the latest loop. I was going to say. Let's refresh. That's because I was doing that. Yeah, it's up here now. Yep. This is starting to disappear. The dry air. The eye is still a mess.
Oof.
Don't bring it up. I'm live.
No, I want to call Sandy to tell her what he said. Él es un republicano.
It's not even about that. Don't bring it up, please.
To Sandy.
Yeah, to her. I don't want to hear it.
No, oh my God, Billy.
I know.
Scary, Billy.
Just think, the original eye was part of this until they reestablished it here. That's wild. I'm telling you, that's some wild stuff. What time is landfall? It's 1 o'clock. I don't know what the speed is right now. 14 miles per hour, maybe? Let's see. Still got a while to go. I mean, definitely before midnight, I would say. Maybe 8, 9 o'clock tonight? Maybe? Which is bad because if it comes in at 11, it's high tide here. It's getting close to high tide here, which would be a disaster. Disaster. You don't want high tide when this storm comes in. You want low tide. You don't want high tide. That's like the worst thing that could happen. Matter of fact, what was that? Alexa, what time is high tide Alligator Point, Florida?
Currently, in Alligator Point, Florida, it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit with cloudy skies.
That's not what I asked.
Today, you can expect rainy weather with a high of 82 degrees and a low of 71 degrees. Also, there's a tropical cyclone statement in effect until Thursday, September 26th, 7:30 p.m.
It didn't tell me the tide. Let's look it up. Alligator Point, Florida tide. High tide, or low tide. It's probably after midnight. Today, tomorrow morning, Friday. High tide, 12:16 a.m. is high tide for Alligator Point. 12:16 a.m. So you don't want this storm coming in at midnight or close to midnight near that area. If it's going to be going, if the eye hits that area, we have a long way to go still. This is Alligator Point right here. So high tide there is 12:16 a.m. Now just think about that. If you have that hurricane coming in on this barrier island, oh my God. And then this bay. Because if the eye goes over here, the right side, it's going to be the wind pushing that water, the surge, right into that bay. It's going to push all that water right in. Because they'd be on the right side here. With the eye, if the eye were to make a landfall like here, well, the wraparound wind is going to pull all that water right into this area. That's an utter disaster. Utter. God, hopefully that will not happen. But we have to see. Because look where the eye is now, and it's moving more to the north. It takes it in that general area. Right now. That would, oh my God. And there are storm surge warnings for that area for 15 to 20 feet. Can you imagine 15 to 20 feet of water? But that's a Cat 4. I'm still not sure that this is going to be a Cat 4. Might be a Cat 3, still a major hurricane, but that's why the track is so important. Let's look at Alligator Point and that bay. Where am I? Come on, the Big Bend. Right here. Right here. There's Alligator Point. This place must be evacuated. I'm sure they did. Look at this. Look at the homes on it. Look at the poor people that would be affected. Look at this. And then that bay. There are homes all along here, right along. It's a populated area right here. Not too much. It doesn't matter. It's still going to affect. And who knows how far inland the water would get. In here, if the track were to do that. And then even up here, the water's going to push in to these populated areas. Now see, if the eye were to go more to the east, there's nothing here. There's nothing. All this is, I mean, best case scenario, I hate to say it that way, would for it to come in here somewhere where it's not populated. And then if it were to go to the east a little bit, Well, then you got problems with some of these other areas over here, like Steinhatchee or Cedar City. I think it's called Cedar City. Cedar Key. Here. So, I mean, this is not a populated area in here. Not as populated. You don't want the eye to go over this. In a best case scenario, which is not any case is bad, but you would want it to come in here, in a less populated area. And look how close that is. It's not like it's a big difference. And yes, there is populated areas here. Perry. But we're talking about the storm surge and the immediate coastline with the water. There's nothing here. Really. Look. There's nothing there. But when we get more to the populated areas, that's bad. Or if the storm were somehow to make more of an east track, then it gets closer to this populated areas. But the immediate concern would be the coastal with the storm surge. And Steinhatchee, I mean, if that water's coming pushing in here, these poor people are going to get seriously affected. Forget about Cedar, what is it, Cedar Key? Forget about it. Down here? This got to be evacuated. I'm sure they did. So that's why the track is so vital. It's really important. See, now the eye got closed off. The drier air has slid to the east. And you've got this trying to develop in here with thunderstorms. So the eye is now getting a little bit more protected. It's still wobbly and it's still a mess. But it's starting to fill in. This was not like this earlier. It was a mess because of the dry air. If we go back, see it? It was a mess from that dry air. See? The dry air got in there, but now it's split off. And you could see how it's trying to retain its eye wall little by little. Look how it jogged that way. I'm going to have to refresh. See? It was a mess. But now it's trying to organize. And believe me, earlier today, this was filled like this. But not anymore because of that dry air. I mean, we can't go back too far in the loop. But look how much larger it was here. And not as large on this side. But that's, like I'll say it over and over, that dry air funneled in. It got in. That was then. That's now. It's starting to fill in. But look how much of the storm got weakened on the side that gets the inflow for strengthening. That's why I don't think it's going to be a Cat 4. Because this dry air, and there's still a little dry air trying to get in there on the east side. So that's good. That prevents development. Can you know how high it can go from the sea level? Well, they're predicting.
Oh, Sonny, how is the storm down there?
It's nothing right now. If you look at the.
It's sunny in Florida.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, no wonder.
So there's a storm surge warning up and down. Different heights, different. There's nothing. I have to do it.
Do it right now.
I will. Wait. So when you say how much above sea level, well, there you go. 15 to 20 feet. 15 to 20 feet. That's 2 stories.
Está mirando el mapa. Uh-oh, who's calling me?
2 stories.
Te veo, Sandy. ¿Tú sabes por quién es? Virgen. I want to see. I call you back because I want to see.
That's insane water. Insane.
Hello?
Ma, go to the room. Out, please. So, you know. Look, check this out. Where we were just talking about where that alligator point is. Carabel to Suwannee River, 15 to 20 feet above sea level. The water could reach the following heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the peak surge occurs in the time of high tide. That's why I brought up high tide before. If this storm comes in around midnight, makes landfall during high tide, you could see water as high as 15 to 20 feet by Alligator Point and that bay. Then there's 10 to 15, Apalachicola, Florida to Carabel, 10 to 15, 8 to 12, 6 to 10. The numbers drop as you go further south along the coastline. But look at these crazy numbers. And let's go back to Google Earth. Carabel, which is on the other side. Right, Alligator Point. There's Carabel. They can get 15 to 20 feet. And that's interesting because that would take the track more to this side, which is interesting because did they update that based on it moving more north now? Here's Alligator Point. And Apalachee Bay, where's Okanalachi Bay, so they're not talking about that. Now they're focusing on here now more. There's Carabel. Oh my God, that's a populated area. Oh my God. Oh my God, that would not be good. Can you imagine 15 to 20 feet? So it said from Carabel to where? Let me look at that again. Shit, I hit the wrong thing. Oh man, that's what we're looking at, Google Earth. Okay. Carabel to Suwannee River. 15 to 20 possible if it comes in at high tide. Is this the Suwannee River? I don't know. I'm not familiar with this area. I have no idea. It definitely looks like a river of some kind. It's not labeled. Don't know. That's Carabel. I don't see any other river. That sure isn't a river. So they're probably just generally talking about this area here. That is definitely a river. I don't see any others. So yeah, just probably in this general area. Can you imagine 15 to 20 feet of water if this were to come in at high tide? Oh my God. So I could look it up. Where's Suwannee River? I should. Suwannee. I'm going to spell it wrong. Oh, there we go. Suwannee, Florida. Suwannee River. Oh my God. That can't be right. Oh my God. That far? Oh my God. And that's true because the hurricane map shows it. So they're saying anywhere from this point throughout here to here could get 15 to 20 feet of water. From here, the river, that's the Suwannee River, all through in here to here could get 15 to 20 feet of water if it happens at high tide. That is insane. And it says it, Suwannee River. Carabel to Suwannee River, 15 to 20 feet if it happens at high tide. That's crazy. See, there it is, Suwannee River. All the way to Carabel. Right there. If it comes in at high tide. That's nuts. And you know, God willing, they're wrong. That there's, you know, they have to forecast it, but hopefully they will be wrong. Yeah, see, the drier air is starting to fade away. These thunderstorms are starting to redevelop around the eye wall. It's starting to get reorganized. But it takes time. And it is getting, you know, it was near Naples before. Naples is here. It was almost parallel, so it's still there. It may have slowed down while it's going through this cycle. It may have. It may have slowed down a little bit. So it hasn't moved much. I mean, it is moving at 14 miles per hour. It's not like it's going to be a big drastic change. But it's not impressive on the right side, even though there's thunderstorms trying to develop here. But there's that dry air. But the eye is definitely trying to get its act together. See, right there it made its northerly movement. That's north. That's almost north-northwest. But it's wobbling, so that's going to happen. But that's moving north-northwest. Well, north, and more than at the last couple of frames, north-northwest. It moves a little bit to the left. See that? Moving a little to the left. Definitely move to the left. We can see that. Let's put the mouse. There, it's moving north, 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 and then northwest. North-northwest. All right, let's put the mouse right there. I'm going to start it even from here when it starts the next loop. I'm thinking it's right about there. Even more to this side. So let's go here. Stop. Right. Oh my God, I'm moving the mouse. All right, let's see. Nope, I'm off. Let's go here. Oh my God, my mouse is so sensitive. Let's see. Okay, good. North, northeast, north, north. And that definitely is to the west a little bit of the north. Boom. North. Still north. And at the last couple, a slightly more to the west. Still north, but slightly jogged a little to the west. And that's why they may be wrong. Because it was moving north-northeast, but not as of the last hour. Let me see when it changed. That's 2 hours. That's 90 minutes ago. At about 90 minutes ago, it changed. About 90 minutes ago. Let me see. 149. Yep. Around 90 minutes ago, it started to shift more to the north. It's raining hard here. I could hear it. So that's a big deal. That is a big deal. I mean, they may be wrong completely. This storm is definitely moving more to the north, and even in the last couple of frames, a little jog to the west. That's bizarre. And look at those thunderstorm clouds forming around the eye now. That dry air is going bye-bye. Look at that. Look how it's filling in. That is impressive the way it just did that. Look at that. Filling it in. In an hour, we might see another formed circular eye wall. You got to remember that it's over open water, warm water. It has the fuel at its disposal. It's not like it's interacting with land. It has all the resources to re-strengthen. It's over water, warm water, Gulf water. If it was in colder water, it would be the end. It would. It'd be the end. But it's not cold water. Mom! Ma! Mama! Oh well, I'm not gonna scream. I'm not gonna go nuts. She's on her own. It's kind of crazy that I'm focusing in on the satellite imagery like this. I've never really done this to this point. This is like OCD-ish. I mean, really. But it's So important. Because they were starting to shift the attention more to the east. Like here, it was starting to change just slightly that this storm was going to maybe come in through here. Well, that eye is here now. And all day, not all day, this morning, it was moving northeast, the eye. And then it was supposed to curve up, but now it's moving north. Look at that. It's actually moving to the west a little bit. That is cray cray.
I don't want to be begging.
It's there. It's on the table waiting for you.
Thank you.
All right, there's the eye.
Espérate, Virgen.
Look at it. Look at where the mouse is and look where the eye is. Look where the eye was that it started to move north. Bang. And now look where the eye is. It's to the west of my mouse. That's crazy. I got to get in a little bit further. See, it's hard. It's hard to get that. I'm going to have to do it this way. Wow, look at that explosion of thunderstorms right near the eye. In the last loop. Boom. Wow. Oh, I got to zoom in on that. Bang. Boom. Look at that. Holy Christ. Literally in minutes. Intensification around the eye. Right there. Boom. Holy. Wow. Those are high thunderstorm clouds when they're like that. Wow. I studied weather, so when I see that, it may sound like I'm getting excited. It's just to see that. Look at that. And this was that dry air. That dry air is sliding to the east. It's still in there. It's going to wrap around a little bit, but the eye is intensifying. And you see it in real time. I mean, it's like, wow. It's getting tight again. Now let's see if it starts to get more, defined. But that's wild. Look at that. Boom. Because that drier air is not getting the influence as it was before. There's still dry air on the bottom of the screen, but it's not affecting the eye right now. Wow. I wonder if they're going to change the cones. They've got to make an adjustment. It's not moving the way they said it was going to move. It's moving more northerly already. Which is going to be a benefit for a lot of these people along the coast. It's going to... Oh, Jesus Christ. What?
I don't have an umbrella
No.
to cover the couch.
No, the umbrella's broke. No.
That broke?
Yes. So the coastline,
Oh my God.
because the storm is drifting more to the north and slightly to the west, the coastline might not get that surge they were forecasting. Because the storm is more out to the west. it's turned. Oh, that is unbelievable. Look where the eye was moving northeast, and then it moved up to the north, and now it's sliding to the north-northwest. You could see the circulation. That definitely moved to the west. There's just no doubt about it. Let me move my mouse a little to the left. Right there. Boom. I'm going to call my cousin because she's in Florida. She's texting me. Are we going to get the rain? Well, guess what? You may not get what they forecasted. I don't want to give her like misinformation, like to put her guard down. But I'm going to call her. All right. Okay. So the storm was supposed to get a little bit closer to the Gulf Coast of Florida. I've been watching this for hours. And the storm is now moving more to the north and even slightly to the north-northwest. It's not as close to the Florida coastline as I think they forecasted. So you're going to get some bands of showers and storms, but you're not. I hear you, but it looks like the majority of the storm is going to stay out to sea.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like it's going to be more to the west when it makes landfall now. Just based on what I'm seeing right now, that could change. Don't take my word for it. I'm just saying, based on what I'm seeing, you're on the outer fringes with outer bands coming to Florida, like Central Florida. And
At about what time?
well, you should be getting some bands of rain soon in Orlando.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Orlando. There's some bands trying to get to Orlando right now. But I'm telling you, it doesn't look like you guys, because the storm was supposed to be a little bit closer to the coastline of Florida. Right now, it's not. It's going more to the north.
Wow, it's going to the west.
It's slightly going to the west because I'm looking at it. And north, of course. But
Yeah, what state is that?
well, it's still going to hit the panhandle somewhere, but
Oh, okay.
but not as close to coastal Florida as I think they forecasted it to. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, you're going to get outer bands of rain and all that stuff, but the storm is not moving as they projected it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's moving more to the north and even slightly to the north-northwest.
Okay.
I'll keep you posted. I'll call you later.
Please, yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, I'll call you.
Okay.
Bye. Even my family calls me for weather. It's crazy. They trust my weather judgment. She lives in northern Orlando. But that definitely is moving more to the north and even north-northwest. That's not what they predicted. I'm going to even move the mouse here. Yeah, there's the eye. Moving north now. North, north, slightly to the north-northwest, and definitely to the north-northwest. The eye is here. You could even see the movement of the storm. And it's all because of this dry air that got in. It changed everything. because the eye had to reform. It was moving north-northeast. It was moving this way. But because the eye had to recycle, replacement cycle, it formed more to the west and started to move more to the north. I wish I had a satellite imagery from earlier today, because it would have showed how this thing was creeping closer and closer to the coastal areas of Florida. But look at this. Look where the bands are. And look where the eye's going. That's unbelievable. I wish I can really depict it. And it's crazy as it sounds, it may not even go over here now. It might go more to the west. Apalachicola. You could see the clouds from the outer bands on the top is moving north. It's not moving northeast, north-northeast. It's coming straight up. And the storm is to the south. The eye is to the south. And that eye could still come a little bit more to the west to get into the center of the actual system. It could still jog a little to the west in a northerly movement, but that eye can still shift slightly more to the west before it gets it organized and starts moving in a northerly. I mean, I can't believe they're going to be off. They're definitely going to be off their forecast models. Look at it. It's moving west. Let's go down here. Let's go like this. I mean, I can't even keep the mouse. Okay, here. Boom. North, 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 northwest, north, north, and even jogging more to the west in the last few frames. The eye. Okay, here. I gotta move the mouse to the west. Wow. That's a game changer for this storm. And the forecast. They're going to have to change their forecast models. They're going to have to. But that's why hurricanes are unpredictable. That's the whole point. They're unpredictable to the last moment. And that dry air has sunk to the south. I don't see much more dry air, even though it's still trying here. It's still trying to get in, but the eye is moving up to the north, so I don't know if this drier air that's trying to funnel into it is now going to have any real effect, because the storm is more to the north. I don't know if that dry air is going to have any influence anymore. See, this is that dry air trying to funnel in. Right in there. But it's sinking to the south. See it? That's the dry air trying to get in. But because the storm is up here now, the eye, will that dry air be an influencer now? That's the dry air right here. It's still there. it's still there. I wonder. The next update's in a half hour. Then I'm going to take a break because I got to eat. This is wrong. This is wrong. I'm going to close this out and see if they refresh it. They have not. They still have it moving generally north-northeast in the cone. It ain't moving north-northeast. It's not even moving this way. And it's not even there. It's over here now. But more like here. Actually, more like here. Because it's almost parallel to Naples. Slightly above Naples. It's like here. But no, because it's not even there. It didn't move northeast. It's like freaking here now. It's out of the cone. That changes everything. And like I said, look where that line, even if it was moving north-northeast, it brings it right to Apalachicola. If it was to take this outer line. This is wrong. As of right now, this is wrong. And I'll call it. As that, Naples is... Where's Naples? Right here. Here's Naples. Wow. It's here. Look where it was heading and look where it is now, the eye. It totally moved to the left. I am telling you, they might have to redo their models. Completely. I wonder if they're even talking about it. That storm is going to have less of an effect on the Gulf Coast of Florida. It's not moving closer to the coast, it's moving away from the coast. It's moving north, yes. But now, can it expand to get larger and affect more of the coastline? Sure. But right now, if you had to say, where is this thing moving? It's moving this way. It's coming up in here. Not where they said. Way off. They were saying here. Right in here. Now, can it still move north-northeast? Sure. But right now, that thing is more to the west. There you go. It shows it right there with the mouse. The eye definitely went north and west. That is cray-cray. And like I said, there's still a chance this eye could shift even more to the west. To end up in the center of circulation, like right in here. Like right in there. Which takes it really out to the west. See, now I just saw something that it looked like it kind of moved slightly to the north-northeast. Nope. All right. I saw something. Yeah, that eye is really trying to get its act together now. There's still dry air in there though. Right here. There's still that dry air on the outside. Even though there's thunderstorms trying to, but this thunderstorm cell just exploded. And because of that, it's also affecting the eye, trying to recycle itself, reform. But this thing blew up. That wasn't, I mean, that's, look, wasn't there. And then all of a sudden, there it comes. Boom. Bang. Bigger. Strengthening. And they may have to even change the forecast for the Alabama, Mississippi. I mean, this thing, I don't see Mississippi, but Alabama, the border here, this area here, they may have to shift their forecast models more to the west. Southwestern Georgia, southeastern Alabama. I mean, this isn't tropical storm warnings in here. There's breaks in there. Because the storm is more to the west. Wow. I'd be concerned with Apalachicola right now for a direct hit. And even if it went a little east, still this Alligator Point is still a possibility in here. It's still possible in here. But over here, I think right now the concern has to be more to the west. Right in here for a landfall. I think they're going to have to shift the models slightly to the west. Right now, the eye is south of Apalachicola. Right now. Let me look at that model again. Apalachicola is here. They still have it moving from the last update, north-northeast. And that's below Naples. That was because that's the 11 o'clock in the morning, my time. That was the last position when they did the update. South of Naples. Well, since then, it's gone to here. Even maybe more to the west. It's out of the cone. This was earlier. (11 a.m. my time). Well, since then, it ain't here. It's not there. It's over here. Like right about there. That's out of the cone. Actually, I gotta be more precise. I said it was south of Apalachicola. So the eye might be right about here right now. Well, if we were to take that cone and draw it up the line, it takes it right there. If we're using the outer line, even now, which the line is still going to the north-northeast, which is not what the storm is doing. It's going more north. And west. And it is south of Apalachicola. Yep. Because this thing ain't moving north-northeast. It's not going this way. It's not doing this. It's going this way. It's even bending to the west. It's crazy. That ain't moving north-northeast. Florida Gulf Coast areas, you might be spared. Yeah, you're going to get some outer band activity as this thing moves forward motion north. Yeah, you might get some storm surge, but right now, look at this. There's blue skies in there. The outer bands are barely getting close to the coastline. It's unbelievable. I mean, you could obviously see that the eye is moving away from land, not toward it. That's. You see what I'm saying, though? I mean, it just from a visual observation, from the satellite imagery. Wow, dude, the storms are exploding over Apalachicola right now. I want to see the radar. The radar might be a little bit behind. Yeah. So let's look at the radar. That tells you which way the eye is moving to the north. It's not coming toward Florida. It's going north. And look how the heavier bands are staying offshore from Florida. Now remember, they were saying Tampa was going to get, from like Tampa points north, they were going to start getting the surge. Well, guess what? I don't think so. They could get minor surge. But look, it's actually over here. It's going offshore. The wind is going offshore, not parallel or onshore. Cedar Key might get, look at this. Remember, the eye is starting to creep up. That eye is making a beeline for Apalachicola. The eye is making a beeline for Apalachicola. They're going to be wrong. I might be one of the few people that get it right. You know, there are people that used to watch my stream because of my hurricane forecast that would say, Bill, they were saying one thing, you said another, and you were right. I'm not even kidding. I'm not saying that to be egotistical, but my track record does speak for itself with this. Because of the analysis. I mean, you have to see it. Look at it. It's drifting north-northwest. But now, those people in Apalachicola and points to the east of Apalachicola really, really need to be put on guard. If this continues to do what it's doing right now. And the overall motion, I mean, it's hard for a hurricane just to go like this and go weep. Because it's the forward motion. Look at the forward motion. Which way is that forward motion going? It's going this way. It's not going this way. It's moving away from Florida. I mean, Gulf Coast, Florida. That water, yeah, it's parallel a little bit here, but look at it. It's offshore flow here. That's not coming in. They were expecting this to be closer, where it was going to bring that closer like this toward the shoreline and push the water up. That's not happening. See the parallel in here? But that storm is almost parallel to this area. It's going to be still moving away from it. So all these areas that were supposed to get a parallel push of water, well, right now the flow is offshore. The winds are offshore, not onshore or parallel. Look. Now, like I said, this could be a different story and points west. Because it could shift a little bit to the west now. But what does that tell you? That the storm is moving more north-northwest. Even, yeah, it's moving more north-northwest. And that's 10. Okay, that's a future model, by the way. That's a future model. That's 247 is predicting that it's going to still continue its progress. Right now, it's there. 145? What time is it? Yep, that's right now. So that was a future model, the red. And look at all this rain coming in here. It just updated. I just saw the update on the radar. Look at all the rain coming here. This rain was supposed to be training over here. Now it's to the west. What the hell is that? What's going on? What the hell is that? Now the next, then I'm going to take a break because I'll come back later. I got to work tonight. But the next update is in 10 minutes. Let's see if they still say it's moving north-northeast. Now the planes go out. It could be old data just from that alone. But let's see what they say. I'm really concerned about Apalachicola and points east now. My focus is definitely not over here anymore. It's over here. Oh, yeah. And it's crazy because, like I'll say it one more time. When that dry air, oh come on, don't do that. When that dry air affected this storm, it changed everything. This changed everything. When that dry air got into the storm, because it was moving north-northeast, it changed everything. Look how it wobbled to the west. North, of course, overall movement, but the eye wobbled to the west. It's obvious. I mean, we could try to zoom in a little bit. It may not work. No, it's not gonna. But that eye went from here to the west. That is big. And again, remember, this little distance means a lot for this little distance. It may not look like much, but it is a big deal. It moved west. It moved west. And I'm telling you, the people that live in coastal Florida, it's a sigh of relief, to be honest. Yeah, like I said, you still can get these bands, these outer bands coming in. You might get some storm surge a little bit, but not what they were saying. Unless the storm does something crazy. But look at the eye. The eye is moving away from land, not closer to it. It's so obvious. And that eye doesn't look too great right now, to be honest. Now also, this could be an interesting point because now that and you can see the eye is getting more concentrated around it, but this could slow down a little bit because the eye is actually almost not even visible. Could this also change the direction again? Like it did the other earlier. It is possible. It is possible. Because if you look at it, it moved west, but it didn't move so much forward northerly. So can this change again? Look, it's just there. It's just spinning. Oh, you see now it went a little bit more to the east. So, look. Look at the mouse in the last few clips. It's there. It's there. It's there. It's not moving anywhere. It's just there. So what does the eye do from here now? See? In the last... let's see how many minutes. That's 90. In the last hour, the eye has been stuck right there. In the last hour, the eye has been in that same spot where the mouse is. Look at it. The last hour, boom. It's just there. So now what does it do? Now the overall storm is moving north. But what will the eye wobble? What direction will the eye go now? Because just based on that, see, that is wild. It definitely moved to the west, but now where does it go? Does it go to the north more? To the northeast? This is a decider right here. So let's put it here. Let's put it right there. I'm going to wait a few minutes. I want to see the next few clips. Because it definitely moved to the west. The eye shifted to the west. But now what is it going to do? Earlier it moved more north. And then it moved west. Now what does it do? Because now it looks like it moved a little bit back to the east. Because it's wobbling. Right there, that blue little area that opened up on the right side. Right there. This is going to be, I mean, I'm bugging out. This is interesting to me. See how the eye went? Look. Now it looks like it wants to, well, we got to see where the rotation. The eye is very bad here. But it could be just reforming the cycle. And it's been going through that. But look, see how it, now look at this area here. So let's go. Here's the eye. There's the eye. There's the eye. Went a little west. But now it looks like it's trying to come back to here. It's still moving north, obviously. Okay, let me move the mouse right here. It definitely wasn't moving north-northeast. It was moving more to the north, and then it did this for the last hour. Tycho, stop it. So now, what will it do? Because it's been stuck pretty much here for an hour, right here. In this general area, it's been stuck for an hour, trying to reform. Now, what does it do? Which direction is, after it gets reformed, which direction is it going to stop looking like it's moving? North, north-northwest, or north-northeast? So it's not for sure yet because of that. Now, where I have the mouse is where I think the eye is going to redevelop. I'm guessing. And it's crazy to be looking at this, right? Kind of. To me it is. But it's so important. And I'm thinking my guess may come out to be right. Even though right there, it looks like it's going to be there anyway. Here it comes. Big blob, but now right there, it looks like that's where it's going to be. It goes a little to the left, but now it's coming back to the right. But it's still obviously moving to the north. And it's because of that thunder cell that is disrupting it too. That thunderstorm that blew up, that cell that blew up right near the eye. Yeah? Tycho, stop it. That is, and this is, like I said, I'm gonna, it's 2 o'clock. Let's get away from here for now. And let's refresh. The new alert should be out. Here it is. They're still saying the Big Ben, same thing. Oh, wait a minute. They shifted it a little to the left. Not that. See how they had it turning? BS. They still have it going there. It's processing. Key messages. That's they still haven't updated that. It's not fully updated yet. This one is. That's the sustained winds. They're updating it as we speak. But see, the cone moved. The cone moved over. They did move the cone over a little bit. To the west. They actually did. See, the rainfall, they predicted it here, but the rain is really here now. So they still haven't really updated the maps. They did here. Let me see. Wow, this is really interesting for me. It says here it's moving fast. It's saying it's moving north-northeast at 16 miles per hour. BS. But they say now the maximum sustained winds is now 110, so that's an increase. But they're still saying it's moving at north-northeast. I don't see that as that evidence. I do not see that at all. At all. No way. No way. Maybe when they collected the data, it was still moving north-northwest. I mean north-northeast. That eye is not moving north-northeast. The system itself isn't moving north-northeast. Eye is having a hard time. Let me see what this one is showing. I may have to refresh it. Okay, that is the latest. Winds maximum. It hasn't really dropped in pressure. They still have it going over here. The Apalachicola thing got closer, but they still have it going over here, which, yeah, it could happen. There's more storm chasers out there. He's driving. Now the storm chasers are popping up. They're popping in. See, this is what a lot of people thought it was going to go over by Perry. But it looks like it's shifting more to the west. And I pay for this YouTube. I pay for this. I have the gold membership. Just so you know, YouTube, I pay for this. I have the gold, and for Radar Omega. So, just saying. All right. So what I'm gonna do now is I need a break. I definitely need a break. And I have to work tonight. So maybe after 10, we'll know a lot more about what's going on here. I have to start working at 6. So from 6 to 10, I'm locked in. There's nothing I can do because I got to work. But on the side, I will be keeping an eye on this. But just one more thing. It's still very possible. I mean, I will even put Apalachicola in from here to here, from here to here, because you don't know. It can still jog back toward the east a little bit, to the west a little bit, but I would be definitely on guard from here, south of Apalachicola, throughout here, just below Perry, for landfall, somewhere in here. And you don't want to be on the right side when it does. You don't want to be on the right side. You do, and you don't want to be over in the eye with the wind. So all this has to be on guard. All this. And I would even say, not out of the realm of possibility, Steinhatchee and even Cedar Key down here. So from here all the way around to Apalachicola. It's too early yet because the eye is wobbling. The eye is bugging out. That was an hour. Let me refresh one more time. There's still these bands coming up, but see, the eye is here now. So these people here shouldn't be that bad off now. See, it looks like it's moving more northwest. It still looks like it's generally moving to the north. It's amazing how that eye went to the west. But see, now it's moving back to the east. Right there, those last few clips, the eye's moving back to the east. Right there. So it wobbled. Will that now take it back to the northeast? Look at that. Right there. Bang. It wobbled. So it wobbled to the west, northwest. And then now it just moved a little, shifted to the east. That's why you gotta watch that whole area. Right there at the last couple of frames. See, the storm is spreading more to the west, but then in that last couple of clips, could that indicate it might shift back to the north-northeast? Right there. Right there. I don't know. That's incredible. Because it was moving away. Look at the landmass. Look how the eye is moving away from land. But not moving up, but moving away slightly. See, look. It's going to the left. It's going to the west. But then, in the last couple of frames, it slightly bounced back to the east. So it didn't necessarily, the eye move north. It stayed in that area. But in the last couple of loops, it might be trying to move back to the north-northeast. And even in the last couple of frames, it kind of, if you look at the entire storm, because it is moving north, and it was moving slightly to the west, but now, right there, it's moving north, but it looks like it wants to maybe go back to the north-northeast again. It's wild. It hasn't had much forward motion, the eye going north. If you look at it parallel, the eye, it definitely looks like it wants to go back to the east now. It is, that's why these things are so unpredictable. It's crazy. I'm trying to get the landmass. Okay, so right here is where it's pretty much parallel. Oh my gosh, look at that. It actually looks like it's coming back. It's going away. It's moving. The eye is going to the left, but now the storm looks like it's pushing back to the east. It almost looks like it was stuck for an hour. And the dry air is not coming in no more. Not from the outside. It's not going to funnel in anymore. So now this is it moving forward. The storm filled itself in on the right side. It was, look how much dry air. And now it's filling it in. It weakened a little bit. It didn't rapidly intensify, but it's filling in now. The storm is getting its act together again as a whole. Because that dry air dented it. It really did. But now, you look at the storm itself, but look how it was affected. Look how it was diminished on this side. But now look at it. It's starting to get its overall look again. I'm going to go eat, and I'm going to come back at like 5 by myself and just see what this looks like in 3 hours. That's what I'm going to do. Because I want to see how this settles, how it organizes or not organizes. Right now, there's no indication that this won't organize more, but it definitely looked like it shifted again to the east. Right there. Right there, you see the movement of the storm itself moving slightly to the east. So the last couple of frames. There. It moved east. Right now it's even, and like I said, the last couple of frames, you could see it's moving again back toward the east. Craziness. I'm out of here. I'm going nuts. This would drive me nuts all day. Anyway, everybody, have a great day, evening, and prayers for those, thoughts and prayers to those in Florida. And we'll see what happens later on tonight.